Пані та панове.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Please take your seats. We are beginning the 15th Annual Kyiv Security Forum. Welcome to all the participants and guests in the wonderful and eternal city of Kyiv. Please, I invite the laureates of the Shevchenko Prize this year, the group Horeya Kozatska and Taras Kompanechenko, for the national anthem of Ukraine. Please stand up.
Ще не вмерла Україна, і слава, і воля. Ще нам, браття українці, усміхнеться доля. Згинуть наші воріженьки, як роса на сонці. Запануєм і ми, браття, у своїй сторонці. Душу й тіло ми положим за нашу свободу і покажем, що ми браття козацького роду. Душу й тіло ми положим за нашу свободу і покажем, що ми браття козацького роду.
Слава Україні!
We're about to watch a brief video about the forum. Please.
Я звертаюся до вас з Києва. Навіть зараз я чую звуки обстрілів довкола нашого міста.
Кожен день приносить нові хвилі терору і замахи на гідність. І все це наслідки підступних планів однієї людини в Кремлі.
Ми знову бачимо спробу перемалювати карту Європи і підірвати суверенітет і територіальну цілісність незалежних держав.
Для Путіна уроки Другої світової війни – це те, що треба більше війни. Для Путіна уроки перемоги над фашизмом – це те, що треба більше фашизму.
Ми маємо створити міжнародний трибунал і притягнути Путіна, Лукашенка та інших воєнних злочинців до відповідальності.
Росія освоїла ряд нових засобів для дестабілізації демократії по всьому світу. Вона перетворила інтернет на зброю і створила новий тип гібридної війни.
У Гітлера не було телебачення, у Сталіна не було інтернету. Сьогоднішні технології дозволяють досягнути тих результатів.
Захід не має права ігнорувати цей факт. Україна воює за весь вільний світ. В десятках тисяч європейців ви маєте підтримку, бо ми всі мріємо про європейську Україну.
Давайте чітко скажемо, що викликало цей конфлікт. Анексія Росією Криму у порушення всіх законів міжнародного права.
Ми маємо подумати про майбутнє післязавтра. Який новий світ має виникнути? Як ми можемо відновити Україну і зробити її частиною НАТО і Європейського Союзу? І в такий спосіб посилити і НАТО, і ЄС?
I invite to the floor the head of the Kyiv Security Forum, the Prime Minister of Ukraine, Arseniy Yatsenyuk. Welcome, everyone, dear Ukrainians, dear Western allies. This is a good opportunity for me to start the 15th Kyiv Security Forum. The 15th one because in 2007 we started our way towards NATO. This is the year 2000 when Vladimir Putin, the president, which was applauded by a lot of people in the world, and today he is a war criminal. At that time, he in Munich announced a war on the European continent. Not everyone heeded that announcement, but Ukraine did feel that announcement. The first was Georgia, then Ukraine followed. And now basically the whole world is facing the challenge of authoritarianism, dictatorship and genocide. And we need to meet this challenge and emerge victorious. And as Ukraine, as a state, we have to prevail over this totalitarian regime. The year 2007, then less than 20% of Ukrainians supported Ukraine's membership in NATO. In 2023, less than 20% of Ukrainians were still undecided about Ukraine's membership, and more than 80 said that Ukraine has to be a member of NATO. The title of our forum is Fighting for NATO, and it has a double meaning, actually. We are fighting for our membership in NATO, but as a country we're also fighting for NATO and for the security of each NATO member country. We are fighting for our and your freedom. There are those who deserve the highest praise and respect. There are those due to whom today we are not just meeting here in Kyiv, but thanks to whom Ukraine exists, Ukraine fights, Ukraine wins. There are those who defend NATO and those who defend the values of the entire civilized world. The Ukrainian military, the armed forces of our country. Please, let's have a moment of silence as a homage to those who was killed in this sacred war. Thank you. We can look for a lot of answers, and the answers do exist. Why Ukraine should become a member of NATO and the European Union, why Ukraine should prevail. Many experts in the world have already answered that question. I'll try to translate those complicated diplomatic answers into very simple but painful and complicated language. We are indebted to the present. We are indebted to those who were killed, who were martyred in Irpin, Bucha, in Mariupol. We are indebted to the children who have lost their parents. We are in debt to the millions of Ukrainians who want to come back to their homes. And this debt can be repaid only by one way: to ensure Ukraine's security, to make sure that Ukraine is under the NATO umbrella. We are indebted to history, to the history of those who perished in the Soviet camps, the history of those who fought for independent Ukraine near Kruty, the history of the Europe enslaved by the Soviet occupation. And this debt as well should be redeemed. This debt is also being paid back through NATO enlargement and the enlargement of the global democracy. We have to look to the future. And tomorrow and the future is about a united and free Europe. A united and free Europe will never exist without a free Ukraine, which is victorious in this war. And Ukraine shall prevail in this war and become a member of NATO. That's why we're gathered here today. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to this forum. I want that the voice of each and everyone be heard in the world, and that this voice adds to the Ukrainian victory, and that voice make Ukraine the strongest and the most worthy country in the world, because we're worthy of it. Glory to Ukraine, glory to the heroes. The State Secretary of the U.S. in 2005-2009 and an active participant of the Bucharest Summit of 2008, during which it was proclaimed that Ukraine will become a member of NATO. Please hear the address. Дякую за можливість привітати вас на 15-му щорічному Київському безпековому форумі та окремо привітати пана Арсенія Яценюка, голову форуму. Незважаючи на повномасштабне вторгнення Росії у вашу країну, Київ безпековий форум продовжував працювати без зупинок, запрошуючи спікерів та гостей.
That is a powerful symbol of Ukrainian perseverance, and it allows us to call for support for Ukraine during this very important time. I'm so grateful to the people of Ukraine, and I just want you to know that Americans, and this American in particular, want to express our strong solidarity with you. I admire what the Ukrainian armed forces have been doing in their fight for freedom and sovereignty against the unprovoked genocidal war of Russia. It is remarkable to see what Ukrainians are willing to sacrifice in their fight for their freedom. And it is the fight not just for Ukrainian freedom, but for the freedom of Europe, for the freedom of global democracy. And because we know that you are fighting our fight, the United States of America will remain with you in this fight. I remember so well the Bucharest Summit of 2008. That summit had the opportunity to give to Ukraine and Georgia membership action plans, to give them a road to NATO membership. We decided on that day that that could not be done, despite the fact that the United States and President Bush very much believed that it was time for MAP for Ukraine. But we also made a very important statement that day, that Ukraine would one day be a member of NATO. I still believe that. I also remember on that day an ugly moment when Vladimir Putin called Ukraine a made-up country, when he said somehow that Ukraine was not real. Well, he is learning in the tremendous skill of the Ukrainian armed forces and the tremendous commitment of the Ukrainian people that Ukraine is indeed very real, that there is a strong national identity that burns deeply in the hearts of every Ukrainian. Ukraine's future is in many ways Europe's future. And therefore, the restoration of the territorial integrity, the punishment of war criminals, and the rebuilding of Ukraine will indeed happen with our help and with the help of free peoples around the world. Because when Ukraine is fully restored, Europe will be a more peaceful place. Indeed, the globe will be a more peaceful place. Thank you for allowing me to be with you. I'm so grateful again that you have managed to keep going. Please do, because it, like so much of what is happening in Ukraine today, is inspirational to us all.
Це була Кондоліза Райс.
This is Condoleezza Rice. We thank her for the words of support and for the optimism about Ukraine's upcoming membership of NATO and the post-war rebuilding of Ukraine. Our next panel is about liberation and revival of Ukraine. And we are going to discuss what the victory is to be about. We are talking about it in the midst of a huge explosion where the dust has not yet settled, but we are still trying to plan ahead for what happens once we win. It is a very challenging task. It is a challenging discussion, and we are still within this disaster, within this catastrophe. Today, the Security Council of KSF Security Forum has been established. The forum was established back in 2007. Since then, 100 various events took place, analytical discussions. Lots of work has been done to bring this day around. And today we have an informal group of wise men and women whose authority, whose knowledge and wisdom will help to promote the idea of Ukraine's support throughout the world. So it is my great pleasure to invite a part of the Security Council of the Kyiv Forum, Mr. Abbott, Prime Minister of Australia in 2013-2015, Taavi Rõivas, Prime Minister of Estonia in 2014-2016. Welcome. Natalia Reresko, Chairperson of Aspen Institute Kyiv Supervisory Board, Minister of Finance of Ukraine in 2014-2016, and Arseniy Yatsenyuk, Founder and Chairman of the Kyiv Security Forum, Prime Minister of Ukraine in 2014-2016. I'll start with a major question that I was coming to, the scenario of the end of the war. What should it look like for the world to be sustainable, for the peace to be sustainable? And it is up to you to speak. Today we will have different languages, and you will have to put on and take off your earphones for this, which I apologize. Mr. Yatsenyuk.
Sitting at this panel, and I truly appreciate that you decided to join the real Security Council. That Security Council is definitely better than P5 members in NATO Security Council. We are on the same side of the aisle. Look, here is the thing. Let me share with you my compound or my so-called peace formula for Ukraine and for the entire world. First of all, I am a strong opponent of this so-called strategic ambiguity. All aware of this very nice diplomatic definition, strategic ambiguity. It sounds me like unwillingness to undertake strong, right, and tough decisions. So I am a strong proponent of strategic clarity. It is crystal clear that Ukraine is to win this war. It is crystal clear that Mr. Putin is a war criminal and he has to be brought to justice. It is crystal clear that there is no other option for Ukraine to provide security for both the Ukrainian people and for the entire European continent, except to become a NATO member. It is crystal clear that for me a NATO membership is a precondition for EU membership. The next step for Ukraine is to make Ukraine an EU member. It is crystal clear that we need to bring to justice those responsible for this war. And it's not only Putin, and it's his inner circle. It is crystal clear that Putin and Russia is to pay reparations for Ukraine. And it's crystal clear that in order to provide peace, security, and stability in Ukraine, we actually need to rebuild an entire Ukraine. And this is a mammoth task. It is a surmountable task, but it's a huge task. So there is no other option for Ukraine as to regain its territory, to win the war, to become a NATO member, to become the EU member, to bring to justice Russians, and to rebuild Ukraine. So that's my take.
Прекрасно. Що треба зробити, пане Арсенію, щоб...
So, Arseny, what needs to be done for all of these items to become a reality? How can we bring back the
efforts of an entire global community? You know, global community is quite a vague definition of global democracies. The US is a flagship. The European Union managed to stay united. And Putin actually miscalculated. He strongly believed that there will be a never-ending fragility among the EU member states and a huge, I would say, disputes between the US and NATO, whether it is worth to support Ukraine. But it seems that everyone realized, look, something wrong in this world. So we can't live as we've expected to live after the World War II. So everyone realized that democracy dies not only in darkness, as Washpol says. Democracy dies when no one defends the democracy. So, and everyone decided to fight for this democracy. So I would say the first pillar of Ukrainian victory is the morale and strength of the Ukrainian people. The second pillar of the Ukrainian victory is the morale and strength and the unity of the entire European Union and the United States. The third pillar of Ukrainian victory is the unity among NATO member states in Vilnius. And I want to focus on this. No more vague and strange, I would say, memorandums or declarations like in Bucharest. Clarity, a clear-cut decision. It is time to make the decision. It is high time. And Ukraine has already paid an enormous price for this kind of decision.
Дякую. Ми будемо говорити.
Thank you very much. We will be discussing the upcoming Vilnius Summit during our next panel. But before I give the floor to our panelists, I would like to announce an online address of the great friend of Ukraine, Boris Johnson, Prime Minister of the UK in 1922, and it will be very consonant about what we are talking.
I am that I won't be able to be with you at the Kyiv Security Forum to say how grateful I am to Mr. Yatsenyuk for his very, very kind invitation, but I'm going to tell you in 90 seconds what I would have said if I'd been there. And it's very, very clear that a lot of people now are saying that the war that Putin started can only end in negotiation. And I say, well, that may very well be true, but before any negotiation, this war can only end, must end, shall end, will end with the victory of the Ukrainian people and the expulsion of Putin's armies and the end of his barbaric attempt to take Ukrainian territory and the wholesale expulsion of his troops. That, in my view, is what needs to happen. That's what I would have told you, and I think that the West should do everything we can to support the people of Ukraine in achieving that objective as fast as possible, and that there is no conceivable case for delay. That's what I would have said in about 90 seconds. Slava Ukraini, and have a great conference.
Дякую, Борису Джонсону.
I thank Prime Minister Boris Johnson. My next question is to Anthony Abbott, Prime Minister of Australia in 2013-2015. Prime Minister, sir, Boris Johnson emphasizes on the idea that before any negotiations, any peace negotiations, Ukraine should come victorious. It should clean its territory from the occupying authorities and troops. Do you share this idea? And in your opinion, what is the victory of Ukraine should be like for the sustainable peace throughout the world?
Well, it's wonderful to have Boris Johnson beaming into us. And I have to say that I completely agree with Boris Johnson. Obviously, we all want peace, but there can be no lasting peace without a victory for Ukraine against this genocidal war. I very much agree with what Prime Minister Yatsenyuk has just said. Bad men do evil things when they believe that they can get away with it. And the reason why Vladimir Putin attacked Ukraine for the second time on the 24th of February last year was because he believed that he would have an easy victory. He didn't understand, first, that the Ukrainian armed forces and people would fight so fiercely, and second, that the free countries of the wider world would rally to the help and succour of the Ukrainian people. If he had known prior to the 24th of February that Ukraine would be defended not just by its own people, but by the wider world, I don't believe it ever would have happened. The safety of all the small countries of Europe against this large bully absolutely rests on Article 5 of the NATO Charter, and the victory having been won, the peace will only be secured if there is a NATO guarantee over Ukraine. So I'm honoured to be here. I've come a long way to be in solidarity with the Ukrainian people, but like free people everywhere, I pray for your victory and I want your success to be guaranteed, and I believe that that will be most assuredly done by a commitment from NATO to Ukraine, not just now, but forever.
Дякую.
Thank you. Now we have another online address by Andrius Kubilius, Prime Minister of Lithuania in 1999-2000, and now the member of European Parliament.
I would like to congratulate Kyiv Security Forum organizers and also participants, and apologize that I cannot join the forum, which is such an important gathering for all those who understand that Ukrainian issue, Ukrainian victory in the war, which was waged by authoritarian Russia, is that strategic factor which can change, the whole structure of security in the eastern part of European continent and in the whole European continent. I would like to congratulate Arseniy Yatsenyuk, former Prime Minister, with such an initiative which he is doing for quite many years. I am very happy that I was invited to join the Security Council of this forum, and that is why really I think that such a forum can play a very important role looking into the future, both, till Ukrainian victory and after, because, as I said before, Ukrainian victory is the most important factor when we are looking towards the future of the European continent and to the future how to bring back sustainable peace on the European continent. That can be achieved only if Ukraine will win this war. That can be achieved only if Ukraine will not stay in the grey zone, if Ukraine will be, during Vilnius or Annual Summit, invited to become a member of NATO, and if Ukraine will become a really successful country with its integration towards EU. That will change a lot of things, including possible changes and possible transformations in Russia, and that is what this Kyiv Security Forum is really a very good platform to discuss and to foresee future strategic developments in the whole region. I congratulate again, and I would like to wish both for Ukraine security and prosperity, and also for this forum all the best. Slava Ukraini!
Героям слава!
I thank Andres Kubilis, and we continue. My question is to Natalia Yarysko. We all look with optimism into the future, thinking about our victory, but we understand very well the price of this victory. Right now, at this moment, in the front line, people are sacrificing and put a lot of efforts for us to be able to discuss this future, to talk about it. How, in your opinion, the victory in this war could be brought closer to us?
Be a member of the council, and I'm thrilled to be on this sacred ground once again and have my feet, and I'm sure all of your feet, touch this very holy earth. I believe that the security of this country is to be built on economic and financial security. It's not only military, political security that we need. That means we need to today start thinking through all of the challenging questions that are involved in renewal, rebuilding this country. And that starts with investigating what the social contract is between our government and our citizenry. What is that relationship going to look like in the future? How are we going to improve upon our democracy, the democracy for which people are dying every day? How are we going to provide opportunity, economic opportunity for our people? How are we going to do this in a way that encourages as many of the 8 million refugees as possible to come home? That's our future labor force. We can't rebuild this country without our people. How are we going to do this in a way that assures we're doing it in alliance and in accordance with the standards of the European Union, so that we're not facing chapters of accession having built things that are not in standard, meeting the standards of the European Union? And how do we do this in a green way? We have the opportunity to shed a Soviet legacy, a legacy of pollution, a legacy of housing that was built not for human beings, but for automatons, steel that polluted our air and our rivers, our water, and it's been even more degraded by this horrific war. How do we build a green country? How do we plan this in such a way that we're not asking our colleagues, our friends in the West for donor money, but the private sector is running to our borders to be a part of what will be the largest, most significant reconstruction in our lifetimes, and will be, I believe, the theater for the best practices globally. Best practices in urban design, best practices in green steel, best practices. This is a country that has proven its desire to live by best practices with its blood. And so I believe we can only have that security in NATO. We can only have that security in the world if we have our economic and our financial security. And that means working today to build that vision, to have the capacity to make that change real.
Дякую, пані Наталі. І зараз
Thank you, Natalie. Now I have a question to Taavi Rivas. Mr. Rivas was the Prime Minister of Estonia in 2014-2016, and together with Arseniy Yatsenyuk, they set up a format of cooperation between Ukraine and Baltic states at the level of heads of state. Mr. Rivas, Estonia has given huge assistance, has provided huge assistance to Ukraine. Estonia has provided huge assistance to Ukraine, the biggest assistance of all the states with respect to its GDP. And we are extremely grateful for this. What will the victory of Ukraine mean for Estonia and for the Baltic states?
I want to thank it's always better with technology. Thank you very much for this kind introduction, and I want to personally thank Prime Minister Yatsenyuk and Kyiv Security Forum for inviting me. This is personally important for me to do whatever I can, and it's personally important for Estonians to do whatever we can to support Ukraine. The title, You Fighting for Our Freedom Too, couldn't be more correct. And we feel that, we feel it in Estonia, we feel it in Latvia, Lithuania, Moldova, and I hope in all European capitals. Now, about the victory of Ukraine, which definitely will happen, and it will happen only on Ukrainian conditions. Nobody else will or should force you to any conditions that are not favorable for you. This will mean Ukraine joining NATO and EU. That's absolutely clear. And from my perspective, I want to reiterate that this is not just, Ukraine gaining a membership. This is NATO gaining a super strong member. Just like NATO gaining Finland and Sweden is not only positive for Finland and Sweden, but it's positive for NATO. Just like Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and 7 other countries joining EU 19 years ago was not only good for us, but it was good for the European unity. And I think today we traveled through like remote areas of Poland. I would say that this doesn't look any different from the remote areas of Germany or US for that matter. It's a prosperous country, and this is good for the whole of Europe. So I think we need to remember that you are not only fighting for yourself, you're fighting for the democratic world and all of Europe. And the last point I want to make in this context is that the rebuilding of Ukraine after the victory of the war should be and will be the biggest reparation or renovation program of our time. And of course, we know that the aggressor will need to pay for that, but I think it's only fair and justified and logical if the rest of Europe supports as much as we humanly can. And I think people will be very, very happy to do that because they really feel emotionally about and sympathetic about what is happening here in Ukraine.
Дякую Тааві Ривасу.
Thank you, Taavi Rivas, and we have Dorin Richan in connection with us. He's going to talk to us with a special speech.
I'm glad to welcome you at KSF Security Forum. We'll be happy to hear your opinion about our common threats and common security. Прошу вімкнути камеру. Мене просять.
They ask me to switch on the camera. Please switch on the camera. Mr. Prime Minister, please. We may wait for some time while Prime Minister is turning on his camera. If not, then I want to ask Arseniy Yatsenyuk and Natalia Yaresko the same question. What will our victory mean for the world? It's a mega important question. What will Ukraine's victory in the war mean for the world?
Addressing the question, what kind of benefits the NATO or the European Union is to gain as Ukraine is to become the NATO member. Look, Ukrainian people showed to the entire world that they are eager to fight for democracy and for freedom. It started in 2004, then we had the Revolution of Dignity in 2014, then Putin invaded Crimea, Donetsk and Lugansk, then in 2022 Putin launched a full-fledged invasion. So Ukrainian military deserves the credit. Ukrainian military showed an utmost strength. Before the full-fledged invasion, everyone was convinced that Russian military and Russian army is the second biggest in the world. It is true that Russian military is second biggest in Europe after Ukrainian one. So we demilitarized Russia. We are on the way, and I want to be very clear. It is to be a very long haul. I don't want to exaggerate expectations, because Russia is still big country, still powerful country. It has nukes, okay? And it has a completely crazy guy sitting in the office of the president. So please do not underestimate these bastards. But the thing is that if Ukraine joins NATO, and Ukraine will join NATO, everyone in Europe is to feel more secure. And the European project actually will be accomplished. Ukraine is not, Europe is not whole and free. Not yet. No. And Ukraine's membership is to wrap up this big project of real democracy in the world. So everyone is to benefit. Everyone. Not only those who are members of NATO or the European Union. The humanity is to benefit, because we need to stop the aggressor. Those who committed crimes against humanity. Those who pose the threat to the entire world, to the human rights and liberties, to the dignity of the human being. They will pay the price, and they is the Russian Federation.
Дякую. Перед тим, як Наталія...
Thank you. Before Natalia Yaresko answers the same question, I will try once again to connect to Prime Minister of Moldova, Dorian Richan.
Yes, hello.
The floor is yours. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, distinguished participants and guests of the Kyiv Security Forum. I'm extremely humbled and honored to participate in the forum, and I would like to start by thanking Ukraine and Ukrainians for protecting Moldova, for protecting Europe, and for protecting an authentic system of values of democracy and liberty, and this comes with at the cost of Ukrainian lives. And again, we are extremely thankful for the Ukrainians who ensure peace and stability in the region. We share over 1,200 kilometers of common border, and it becomes essential to join our efforts to support Ukraine and not to admit possible attempts to destabilize the situation in this region. We would like to express once again our solidarity with the Ukrainian people and the government of Ukraine. I visited Bucha myself as an advisor of national defense and security to President Sandu months after it was liberated, and saw with my eyes the consequences of Russian occupation and violent crimes against hundreds of civilians and prisoners. Bucha and Irpin, as well as this war, are clearly showing the brutality was without purpose or sense. We are humbled by the extraordinary courage of the Ukrainian people and the blood sacrifice of heroes who are defending our freedom too. I want to thank the Ukrainian people once again for this from bottom of my heart. Moldova fully supports the 10-point peace formula of President Zelensky, which contains the necessary steps for the comprehensive settlement of the war. Our country is also supporting the creation of the Special Tribunal for War Crimes and Crimes Against Humanity, as President Sandu announced during the Bucha Summit. Just recently, we also joined the international community in creating the damage register of the Council of Europe platform. Moldova will continue supporting Ukraine and its regions heavily affected by the war, and in addition to the 8 lots of humanitarian aid, my country is actively participating in the solidarity lanes jointly with the European Union and other partners, and we plan to allocate more resources and to extend the throughput of the solidarity lanes. We stand with the people of Ukraine. Your victory will restore peace and justice to our common European history. Slava Ukraini!
Героям слава. Дякую прем'єр-міністру Молдови Доріну Речану. Спасибі.
We thank the Prime Minister of Moldova, Dorin Urichan, and we come back to our panel discussion, and I repeat the question to Natalia Yareska. What will Ukraine's victory mean for the world?
Disagree with anything he said, but I'd like you to look at this Ukraine's victory through another set of eyes, through the eyes of the global economic system. All of the global economic trade and success post-World War II is based on an international system of rule of order, rule of law. Ukraine's victory ensures that that international system of rule of law and global order remains in place. Our global economy depends on this system being victorious, not a system of brute force. And for all of the countries to benefit from a system of rule of law and order, Ukraine must be victorious. And Ukraine's victory not only ensures that that system will continue functioning, but that its leadership in feeding the world, in providing for so many of the rare earth minerals that Ukraine has to offer in a world looking to go green, that Ukraine's role in that economy will be ever more critical, ever more important, and provide ever more economic benefit to the global economic system. Without Ukraine, that's not possible. We see that today in parts of Middle East and Africa. Without Ukrainian food, people starve to death. Entire nations starve. So Ukraine's victory is the victory of the global economic system, which has brought all of our countries, all of the democratic countries, such incredible growth and opportunity. And that's why investment in this rebuilding is so critical for those same countries and those same economic players.
Дякую. Спасибі, пані Наталю. До нас приєднався.
Thank you. The mayor of Kyiv, Vitaly Klitschko, has just joined us. I invite him to the podium. Well, there's no armchair for him, but I invite him to the restroom anyway. I can be standing, he says. Well, he says the armchair of mayor, so that's okay. Vitaly, shall I give up my seat to you?
I'm not prepared to make a speech, but by the way, great to see all friends of Ukraine here. It's very important to talking and make the same agenda for everyone, because right now the unity is very important. The same messages what we have to unite it and just unity is the key for peace and freedom for Ukraine. Unity outside and unity inside of Ukraine. I have very important message. Just 2 minutes of your time, and after that I have to leave to my job, because my job is last year it's one long day, non-stop, day and night. Actually, Kyiv in safe hands. Thank you for our military forces, air defense. We actually safety right now the main priority for everyone, and right now we have a chance to sit together, to talk and to make our meetings, and all Russians attack in last month was not successful. In last night also we shoot down a rocket and kamikaze drone, and please don't forget, we never have front line in our hometown, but almost 800 buildings was destroyed, 417 apartments building, 162 civilians was killed, 5 children, from rockets, missiles and kamikaze drones. It's not the war, it's not special operation, it's terror, it's genocide of Ukraine, because Putin need property. Putin need Ukraine without us, without Ukrainians. And that's why I'm more than sure we defend not just our home, not just our city, not just our families, it's our children and our future. And I'm more than sure we stop the Russians and win this war. But it's very important points what I want to talk and give to think about that. Every one of you, listen, very important tema, what talk everyone. Reconstruction, rebuild Ukraine. Actually, Russians pay respect just for strong position. We have to be strong. In battlefield, military, economically, politically, we have to be strong. And we're looking for success. And also, very important, a lot of depend from inside the country. We have to be successful. Success, actually, is the best answer for our partners who support Ukraine, and also success of Ukraine, the best answer for Russians. We have to be successful. Very famous, very important point, rebuild Ukraine. Everyone talk about that. Outside of Ukraine, inside of Ukraine. And many people think rebuild Ukraine is rebuild the buildings, roads, bridges. It's not. Reform what we have to make in Ukraine. And for day after tomorrow, our master plan, roadmap, Marshall Plan have to be ready. Right now, everyone talk about rebuild Ukraine and about Marshall Plan for Ukraine. Someone, no institution who working that. Someone from you see this master plan or Marshall Plan for Ukraine? Someone know the person who is responsible for that? Nobody. The reform, European reform, we have to implement and make this Marshall Plan ready. And day after tomorrow, I mean the day after the wind will be stopped, this plan have to be ready, and we have to implement this plan, master plan for Ukraine, to be successful. We doesn't have so much time. And that's why we have right now to make reform. Court reform, anti-corruption reform, police reform, decentralization. We have to make, because right now it's centralized, a lot of signals, it's everything centralized. This plan have to be ready. And day after tomorrow, this plan we have to implement. That's why, without our partners, we can't write this master plan. It's very important to see great success story in our former Soviet countries, Poland, Czech Republic, Slovakia. In very short periods of time, they was actually very successful and make a lot of changes in the countries. We have to be ready and to write, to work. It's a lot of work. Prepare for day after tomorrow, immediately to implement reform of European or world standards as democratic, as the part of European family, the part of democratic family in the world. That's why it's very important to think about that, but definitely we have to be the part of European family, definitely we have to be the part of NATO. Neutral status was biggest mistake in last period of time. We feel that, we understand that right now. Sorry, I'm not prepared to make a speech in front of you. Great to see you in our hometown. Enjoy the great period of time right now, the spring, and this weekend is the day of Kyiv, last weekend, Kyiv Day. The great weather, flowers everywhere, and peaceful atmosphere, but it's illusion. A couple of hundred kilometers east, it's hell. And thank you for all our patriots, our warriors, who give to us this great feeling, peaceful atmosphere in our hometown. We have to do it everything to stop this war, to win this war, and to be strong. Unity is a key for peace and freedom in Ukraine. Is the one of the biggest wish for every Ukrainian. Great to see you in our hometown. Successful meetings, successful discussion, and success is the main priority for us, for Ukraine. Success in any direction. Have a nice evening, have a nice conversation. Welcome to capital of Ukraine, to Kyiv.
Дякую.
Thank you. It was Vitaly Klitschko, the mayor of Kyiv. Thank you, Vitaly. I will bring down the level of optimism in the audience, and I will play the devil's advocate and be a little bit more skeptical. Vitaly Klitschko said very aptly about the reforms of the judiciary, anti-corruption reform, and such like. I'd like to ask Anthony Abbott and Davy Rivas, what will happen if Ukraine carries out all the necessary reforms and puts in all the necessary efforts in this reform, if we win the war and we still remain in the gray zone, security-wise? What is your forecast? Can this happen? And what will be the consequence of this if this happens? Anthony Abbott, please.
If Ukraine wins the war, and it's absolutely critical for the wider world that Ukraine does win the war, that will send a very loud message to dictators everywhere: don't try it. Do not try it. Do not think that aggression pays. So the victory of Ukraine is the most important single geopolitical objective that anyone can have right now. Now, if Ukraine does win this war, it will be an extraordinary sign that a people united can prevail even against a much stronger force. Because in the end, it's the spiritual quality that the Ukrainian people are bringing to this fight compared to the lack thereof on the part of your opponents that is making all the difference. And if the Ukrainian people can, through courage, magnanimity, unity, achieve this apparently impossible objective, I think that some of the challenges that you wrestled with prior to the war, the challenge of corruption, the challenge of division will seem relatively small. And I think that victory in great things, success in great things, gives us the ability to triumph in smaller things. And that's why I am confident that 10 years down the track from the victory that we all wish you to have, Ukraine will look much more like Poland than it does now. I travelled through Poland to get on the train to Ukraine, and Poland has been absolutely transformed over the last 3 decades, and that's the glittering, prosperous, free, decent future before the Ukrainian people, provided together we can win this war.
Дякую, дякую.
Thank you. I've got a request to all the panelists to be very brief. We've got a connection with Washington. If we could talk to Washington first, and then you, Prime Minister, will answer the question, okay? It is my great pleasure to welcome Victoria Nuland with us. And if Arseniy Yatsenyuk could introduce our guest.
Say anything except about Victoria Nuland, because everyone knows who is Madam Secretary in Ukraine. Madam Secretary is a staunch supporter of Ukraine. Madam Secretary is a real defender of faith. Faith in democracy, faith in liberty, faith in the global order, and faith in the humankind. So, Madam Secretary, the floor is yours, and we, on behalf of the Kyiv Security Forum, we are very grateful, and we really commend the efforts that you undertake to support Ukraine, the Biden administration, and you personally. We managed to do unbelievable, but we believe that Ukraine will prevail together with you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Arseniy, Ukrainian friends, it is an honor to be with you once again. Who would have thought that 15 months later we would be here with Ukraine not only surviving, but with the prospect and all of our intention that she should once again thrive. That is what we are working on with you from Washington. And even as you plan for the counteroffensive, which we have been working on with you for some 4 or 5 months, we are already beginning our discussions with the Ukrainian government and with friends in Kyiv, both in the civilian side and on the military side, about Ukraine's long-term future. So I thought it would be most useful just to outline a few of the things that we are thinking about here as we go from the Hiroshima G7 summit and President Zelensky's historic appearance there after his tour of Europe and the Middle East to the Vilnius NATO Summit and beyond, with your counteroffensive likely starting and moving concurrently with all of that. First, we are thinking about security, that Ukraine is going to need a world-class deterrent military for the long term. And we have said we will be with you for the long term, so we are beginning to plan now what that military needs to look like. So wherever and however this ends, we are not 1 year, 6 years, 16 years doing this again, that Russia will see that this one didn't pay and any future aggression will not pay. That's number one. Number two is the strongest possible economy. I'm going to guess that my friend Natalie Jaresko spoke to that. This is not simply a matter of surviving, but again, thriving. And we believe that Ukraine has everything that it needs on its path to EU membership to play that essential role, not just in growing and thriving itself, but being part of Europe, the broader Europe's larger resilience. And this is going to be essential. It's going to be essential for Ukraine to get those tech jobs back going, those manufacturing jobs back going, Good jobs got that going so that your IDPs and folks who have left Ukraine have a reason to come home, but also when your soldiers come off the front, so they have good jobs. And then you can be the engine of Europe's revitalization as well. So that's the second piece. And then the last piece is setting that democratic example, not only for your part of the world, but for the whole world. You've already set such a spectacular example of what it means to stand up for your own freedom, to stand up for UN principles. And we know that the Ukrainian people are supporting a more democratic, more European, freer, cleaner Ukraine. And that it has to be an essential part of where Ukraine ends up as an example for the entire world of democratic strength. That's going to require continued unity. It's going to require continued unity among your partners and within the governments of your partners. So we're working on all of those things. Why don't I pause there? Arsini, I'm also interested in hearing what's on all of your minds.
Дякую, пані Вікторії.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. That was Victoria Nuland, United States Under-Secretary of State for Political Affairs. We thank her. And I would still like to give the floor to Tavi Rivas and hark back to my pessimism, my role of this devil's advocate. Will Ukraine remain in this gray zone of security, or won't it?
Well, first I would like to comment on something very important that Mr. Mayor said, and that is that the name sponsored title for the Marshall Plan for Ukraine is free today. Will it be a Biden plan, von der Leyen plan, NULAND plan, Kaja Kallas plan, whatever, but we need to start thinking of that, because that day will come, and this will be the biggest plan of our time and history. So that was a very, very vital point. Now about grey zones, there is no grey zones in Europe anymore. There should be no grey zones. There is a terrible murder on one side and democratic world on the other side. There is simply no way how you morally can put anyone in the grey zone. And Ukrainian people, Ukrainian politicians, but more importantly, Ukrainian people have decided what zone they want to be in. There is more European and NATO flags that I have seen in Maidan than I have seen in Brussels. There is more, by the way, EU flags that I see in Chisinau than I see in Brussels or Tallinn, for that matter. So I think this is quite clear. Now, what do we need to do for that? I think in terms of NATO, this is very clear. Ukraine is becoming compliant with NATO standards faster than anyone would ever predict it, ever. I just coming, by the way, I'm a reserve officer. I just was 2 weeks in NATO military exercise in Estonia, one of the biggest that NATO has, 14,000 servicemen and women in actual civil environment. And we, NATO exercise, we were exercising through something or learning something that Ukraine has practiced in actual war. We learned from you. So this is NATO learning from you already. So yeah, there is no question for me whether Ukraine is compliant to access with NATO anytime soon. With EU, it might be a little bit trickier, but again, like Mayor said, there need to be reforms, need to be done. It's fully possible, and Estonia, Lithuania, Poland, many other countries have gone exact the same path in the recent past. And believe me, we will be there for you to every step on the way, and you will become member if you wish to. This is first and foremost, this is your choice, your decision, and the EU and NATO should keep the doors so open as humanly possible. There is no alternative to that.
Дякую.
Thank you very much. I understand that Under-Secretary is with us, so I've got a question to ask of her. And this is a question about the upcoming NATO Summit in Vilnius. I expect, and our focus is that a lot of countries and heads of states participating in this summit will say that Ukraine cannot be made NATO members since we are a country at war, because it will mean that NATO enters this war. What's your response to this idea?
If that was a question to me, and I think that was a question to me in Ukrainian, my Ukrainian is not very good, and I think it was about what to expect at Vilnius, is that right?
Okay, should I repeat in English?
As you wish.
So you don't have a translation. Okay. So my question is, what should Ukraine expect at the NATO Summit in Vilnius? And what do you think about the argument that Ukraine is in war right now, so we can't be accepted as a NATO member because it will mean that NATO will be in this war? What is your argument and what is your position at this point?
I think that at Vilnius, Ukraine can expect a stronger articulation of what we have already started to say, which is that we are in this position of support for an increasingly strong democratic Ukraine for the long term, and that we are collectively and nationally looking at how we can ensure you have the strongest, most deterrent military, that it is increasingly interoperable with NATO, and that we are all strong supporters of democratic standards across the space. I think you will have a strong message of continued support. I think the knitting of Ukraine more closely with NATO, particularly through interoperability, as you have more and more NATO systems on the battlefield, as we understand how to work on things like cybersecurity, intelligence, air defense together. I think the Ukrainian people will see that relationship between Ukraine and NATO strengthen at Vilnius.
Дякую, пані.
Thank you, Ms. NULAND. My question to Arseniy Yatsenyuk. What's your reasoning when it comes to what we can hear from Vilnius in early July? They will tell us the NATO door is open, but Ukraine is a country at war. That's what we...
To General Secretary, not yet maybe.
Яка ваша позиція?
Well, I will try to elaborate on it. From the legal standpoint, there is no any kind of restrictions or impediments to make Ukraine a NATO member state. But it's all up to the decision of NATO members. It is about the political will. Whether we have the unity inside NATO or no. Look, for example, at the Sweden case and Finland case. So, Sweden is still in progress, Swedish case is still in progress. And the reason why? Because there is a lack of unity among all NATO member states. So what is needed for Ukraine at this particular juncture? Very strong political will and strong unity of all NATO member states to decide that the time has come to make Ukraine a NATO member state. Could I ask the question, Madam Secretary? Madam Secretary, President Biden always reiterates that we will stand with Ukraine as long as it takes. And this is a very clear-cut message to Putin, and not only to Putin, but those who back Putin explicitly and implicitly. If this war drags on, because this is the war of attrition, and no doubt that Putin he personally wants to drag this war on as long as possible. How long the United States will stand by the Ukrainian people? Could you elaborate on this message of President Biden?
Arseniy, as long as it takes means as long as it takes. I think that's what I was trying to articulate at the front end. That even as you prepare for this counteroffensive, and we are confident that it will be strong and successful, we are already working with the Ukrainian government and military about what you will need for the longer term to ensure that you can make clear to Putin, and we can all make clear to Putin, that it's not simply about today, it's about the long term. And that he is not going to be able to make more gains on the battlefield, that it's time for him to leave, and that if he doesn't leave, you will continue to be able to hold his forces at risk. We will all continue to hold his money. Ukraine underneath will strengthen itself and begin to thrive as a European economy, and that all of this has failed for him. That's what it means, that we will be there for you in security terms, we will be there for you in economic terms, and that the Russian people, as more and more of their young people come home in silver boxes, will understand what a mistake this has been as well. And, you know, that's the other piece of this tragedy, obviously, for Ukraine, but for Russia itself. So the question's going to be, for Putin, does he understand that this has been a failure for his leadership at home, and do the Russian people make that point to him as well?
Thank you. It's a very clear and straightforward message. Thank you. We are confident. Thank you.
Thank you. Дякуємо, пані Вікторію Нуланд, заступниці держсекретаря США.
Thank you. Thank you. It was Deputy Secretary of State for Political Affairs. I'm coming back to my question, and I want to put it to Natalia Yaresko. I want to ask you about the argument of postponement of our membership at NATO because Ukraine is at war, and that NATO cannot enter the war. What would be your answer to these reasons?
Maybe. It's an area outside of my expertise. What I can say is that I believe that the time will come when NATO will want Ukraine to be a member, will understand the value that Ukraine brings to NATO, the experience that Ukraine's military and this horrific war brings to NATO. What you said, sir, about you're having practices about what the Ukrainian military is living through. I think, you know, for me, to be perfectly frank, I can't wait for the day when NATO is asking Ukraine, please join. So that for me, that's the day that I await.
Дякую, дякую. Ми будемо мати за...
Thank you. In a couple of minutes, we are going to have assistant to the Secretary General of NATO, Baiba Brage, and also I didn't ask Tavi Rivas on the issue concerning scenarios of our victory. And I want to ask the last question to the ex-Estonian Prime Minister. What victory of Ukraine, what scenario of the end of the war will be good for stable peace? And will this scenario include our membership at NATO as a necessary condition?
Yes, Ukraine will be NATO and EU member, that's for sure. But I think the even more important topic in this context, or more like, not more important, but more like there is more discussion about it, is what should happen with the aggressor. And there is too many people saying still that Putin should save his face, la la la, which is, sorry, bullshit. So really, like there is a face that will be saved for the end of the world. And this is Putin's face as murderer, rapist, aggressor, war criminal. This is the face that will be saved for mankind history forever. And that's it. And we need to keep in mind that if we start being soft on the outcome for Russia, this will continue and repeat itself. Let me give a parallel from World War II that was actually already mentioned several times today. And in a way, I think this parallel is adequate, and I'm not ashamed to bring it here. There were two at least two most important tyrants in World War II, Hitler and Stalin. And coming from Estonia, it's impossible to tell who was actually worse. And I think that it's pretty much the same in Ukraine. But the reaction to the tyrants of the Western world was very different. Hitler was crushed, Germany was demilitarized, and today Germany is one of the most prosperous countries in Europe. Germany is a democracy, fully. There is absolutely no question about it. A success story, full success story. Whereas Stalin, he was part of the Allies. He was the winner. He continued bullying Ukraine, Estonia, Lithuania, and many other countries for 50 more years, or the regime, Soviet Union regime. And the Russians are continuing to do that. So I think we should forget about, I mean, we, meaning most of the Western leaders and also the public opinion in the West, should forget about being soft on the outcome of Russia. We need to bear in mind that there is no other choice, that Russia needs to change completely. And there will be no business with Russia before that. There will be no normal relations with Russia before that. This has to be like that. But with your question, of course, I think the future for Ukraine and in NATO and EU, I think this is very, very clear. And I think this is not just coming from an Estonian, but I think this is coming from pretty much anyone in EU and NATO. I think the question is not if, the question is when.
Я продовжу своє питання.
I will go on with my question. It's a good idea by Tavi Rivas that Stalinism was not condemned. My question to Anthony Abbott, whether Putin is heir to or the result, or rather, of a situation that after Second World War, Nazism was condemned and Stalinism officially was not condemned, neither in Russia nor in the world. And is there any chance that this mistake will be repeated and the world will continue tolerating a sort of imperialistic mentality and attempts to restore empire in Russia?
I think that Tavi has made an excellent point. At the end of the Second World War, Hitler was dead, Nazism was reviled, but Stalin was very much alive, and communism was not completely discredited. It took another 40 or 50 years for communism to be completely discredited. And even now, there are still some misguided people who hold a candle for communism. So I think this is a very, very good point that you make. The problem is not just Putin. The problem is this spirit of imperialism that seems to be in at least a part of the Russian psyche. I mean, Putin is a manifestation, but there are many others who seem to think that Russia has a God-given right to dominate the whole of Eastern Europe, the so-called Little Russians, the so-called White Russians, and all of the surrounding countries, just as China, if we were to look east for a moment, seems to think as the Middle Kingdom that it has, if you like, a natural right to dominate its neighbours, whose role is to tremble and obey the commands of the, in this case, Red Emperor in Beijing. Germany and Japan were so crushingly defeated in the Second World War that the spirit of militarism and imperialism appears to have been completely purged from the souls of the German and the Japanese people, but that has not happened in Russia. So, look, there's a sense in which no one wants to see the ordinary Russian punished for the crimes of the leader. No one wants to see more death and devastation than that which is already happening. But there does need to be a deep change of heart in Russia if Russia is to be a decent neighbour to the wider world. And in the absence of that, and we certainly can't assume that it will happen, this is why it is absolutely essential that the Article 5 collective security guarantee applies to Ukraine to protect it from any future Russian aggression.
Thank you so much. Це був Ентоні Ебот, і я
Thank you very much. That was the answer of Anthony Abbott, and I'm happy to introduce the NATO Secretary General Assistant, Madame Brogé. We welcome you at Kyiv Security Forum.
Do you hear us? You're welcome to Kyiv Security Forum at Kyiv, but we can't hear Madame Brogé. What should Ukraine expect at the NATO Summit in Vilnius? Could you please turn on your microphone? I think your microphone is off. Please turn on your microphone. Madame Brogé, we can see you, but we can't hear you. Could you please turn on your microphone?
I will try again. Can you hear me now?
Oh, great. I can hear you. Welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. And thank you so much for inviting me. What I was saying is that in my heart, in my thoughts, in my mind, I'm with you. Physically, I'm at NATO headquarters where I was required and I couldn't leave it, but I really, really wanted to be with you in person in Kyiv. Like everyone working for NATO, like all the member states, all the NATO officials, all our civil and military colleagues. We are there with you, we support you, we are doing what we can for Ukraine. And with this, my big thank you to you, Miroslava, for the introduction, but especially to the Open Ukraine Foundation and Mr. Arseny Yatsenuk, whom we have met before, who is currently chairman of the Kyiv Security Forum. And I'm very, very pleased to be speaking to you today. Indeed, the forum, the Kyiv Security Forum, for several years have provided a platform for these in-depth discussions. And also today, we are following with great detail your various points of view and insights. Indeed, the forum this year concentrates on Ukraine's heroic response to Russia's war against Ukraine, and also looks at the future. What is the best way to secure Ukraine's victory? It's important for all of us. It's not only important for Ukrainians, it's important for Europeans and for everyone who believes in rules-based international order around the world. So, from NATO's perspective, and you might have read NATO's strategic concept adopted last year, the Russian war has indeed fully changed security landscape in Europe. So NATO defines Russia as a threat to allies' security, but also to Euro-Atlantic security. And NATO's strategic concept also speaks of the central role that Ukraine, independent democratic Ukraine, has for the Euro-Atlantic security. So it's an important element, both what NATO has said about Russia in its strategic concept, but also how it sees Ukraine. Also, I would like to add that you might not know, but NATO regards itself as the Alliance for Peace. Why? Because it's based on the principles of the Charter of the United Nations. And also, when we think about support and when we do support Ukraine in all matters, be it from lethal weapons that allies provide, to non-lethal aid, financial and other aid, it's very clear why we are doing that. It's because the base of NATO, the collective defense base of NATO, the famous Article 5, is based on the UN Charter, on Article 51, in accordance with which Ukraine is defending itself. So for us, the right to self-defense, the right to stand up for your choices is an essential right of a country, of people, of individuals. It's important for NATO, it's important for all the sovereign countries in the world, and it's important for every individual that believes in the UN Charter. Also, I would like to underline that allies have been supporting Ukraine for a long time, already since 2014, not only through training of thousands of Ukrainian forces and not only putting that training into practice now on the front lines, but also in terms of equipment, command and control, logistics, cybersecurity, special forces. So everything that we have done for the armed forces is even now, today, further strengthened through very clear commitment to ensure that Ukraine has what it needs to be victorious in the war, but also that there is political will from the allies to continue supporting, and we see that through the support of our societies. We do regular polling in NATO allied countries, and support for Ukraine is very high, as it has been from the start of the war. But also today we are looking at Ukraine's full compatibility with NATO standards. So when we look again at the processes, at how interoperability works, the ultimate aim is to provide such support to Ukraine that it will be compatible with NATO standards, with NATO's operations, and able to work seamlessly in terms of equipment, in terms of training, and everything else with NATO allies. So that leads me to look at the summit in Vilnius. And I think the most important thing, and what also Secretary General, who was already in Kyiv a few weeks ago, said that it's very, very clear that Ukraine's rightful place is in the alliance, that Ukraine belongs to Euro-Atlantic family. That decision was made already in 2008 in Bucharest. With time and with our help, you will get there. It's very clear commitment. The essential thing, I think, that is very, very clear from all of us is to help Ukraine win the war, so that there is independent, democratic Ukraine that can join NATO in the future. That is our collective mission. That is what we need to achieve. So with this, I will finish my introduction, and I'm happy to engage in further discussion.
Thank you, Madam Braget, and I have thank you for NATO's support. And I have an additional question to you. What kind of security guarantees can NATO give Ukraine today?
Very clear. NATO is the alliance which currently includes 31 member states, and the 31 member states have all committed very clearly to Article 5 and to all the other articles in NATO's treaty. Ukraine currently is not a NATO member state, but again, as I outlined, there is a very clear commitment already since 2008 that Ukraine will become member of the alliance. And that is why allies are doing everything that we can to ensure that Ukraine wins this war.
Thank you very much. Madam Braget, це була пані...
It was Madam Baiba Braget, Deputy Secretary General of NATO for Public Diplomacy. Thank you very much, ma'am. And I would like to thank the panelists, Anthony Abbott, Natalia Irisko, Natalia Rivas, and Arsen Yatsenyuk, who are members of our first panel. Thank you very much indeed. We will obviously continue our discussions about the NATO summit to take place in Vilnius in July 10th and 11th. We will have a whole dedicated panel entitled Fighting for NATO, and we will have a lot of online and offline participants in it. On the eve of the summit, we continue our discussion and our security forum, and today we present to you a position paper of the Kyiv Security Forum with recommendations which are related to Ukraine's prospective membership in NATO. I give the floor to Danilo Lubkivsky, Director of the Kyiv Security Forum. Please. Thank you very much, Ms. Moderator, for the invitation and for this wonderful meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to welcome you on behalf of the team of the Kyiv Security Forum. I hope that I am as glad as you are experiencing this very important discussion. What have we seen today? We've seen communication between Kyiv and Kishinev, with Kyiv and Washington, Kyiv and Brussels. And this is a global network for the Kyiv Security Forum. It was absolutely key to reach beyond the Euro-Atlantic area and to speak about a global agenda, which includes our partnership with countries of Southeastern Asia, including Australia. And our today's agenda emphasizes that today Kyiv addresses the whole world. On January 15th, 2008, the President of Ukraine, the Chairman of the Verkhovna Rada, and the Prime Minister signed an official request for Ukraine to be granted NATO MAP, Membership Action Plan. The head of the Kyiv Security Forum, Arsen Yatsenyuk, played a very important role in that. That was a very important message showing that Ukraine wants to be a member of the alliance. If that happened, I do not exclude that history would have taken a different course. Today's 15th Kyiv Security Forum is also a sign, a symbol that we will become a NATO member. This is the main message of our forum. There is no alternative to Ukraine's membership in NATO. Kyiv Security Forum developed a systemic document, policy paper. I would like you to familiarize yourselves with it, with our recommendations and our vision of the mistakes that have preceded the full-scale invasion of Russia, and what we are supposed to be now. I would like to thank the Kyiv Security Forum team who worked on that document. Please take the text of this document, familiarize yourselves with it, and work on it.
Appeal of Ukraine to NATO to grant Ukraine the membership action plan. And that was that crucial moment when Ukraine could contribute to common security, and NATO would benefit from that. For years, the main obstacle to Ukraine's progress toward NATO was a lack of political will on both sides. The war, Russia's genocide against Ukraine has changed it all. Ukraine proved it's a stronghold of common security. Nothing may substitute Ukraine's NATO membership now, neither special formats nor temporary security agreements or arrangements. We had them enough. Ukraine has the potential to become one of the strongest NATO members, strategically and militarily. By accepting Ukraine, NATO will bring long-lasting peace to the continent, defend fundamental international principles, and deter current and future external threats and aggression. The Ukrainians clearly demonstrate that they do not consider any other alternative than the NATO membership to guarantee common security. Even the most generous Western assistance cannot replace Article 5 5 of the Washington Treaty, for the Ukrainian and for European security, neither practically nor psychologically. Ukraine should be invited to join NATO without delay. The NATO Vilnius Summit of 2023 should make a difference. We call upon the allies to take a political decision to offer Ukraine membership and start accession talks. No more delays. Strategic decisions must be taken now, and this is the most important message which Kyiv sends to NATO and to the world. Дякую за увагу.
Thank you. Thank you. That was the presentation of the position paper of recommendations concerning Ukraine's prospective membership in NATO from Kyiv Security Forum. I'd like to give you an online address by Francis Fukuyama, professor of Stanford University, who will share his view of Ukraine's integration with NATO. Professor Fukuyama, please.
I'm sorry that I can't attend the Kyiv.
На жаль, я не зміг особисто бути присутнім на Київському безпековому форуму, але
To you by video. As we wait for the Ukrainian counteroffensive to get underway, we need to think about how the war might end. Peace talks and a ceasefire under present circumstances will be very bad for Ukraine, leaving Russia in control of Donbass, Crimea, and the country's southern coast. The deeper problem is that as long as Vladimir Putin remains in power, any settlement will simply provide Russia with breathing space to rearm and re-equip its forces in anticipation of a later resumption of the war. This means that any durable settlement will need to include much stronger security guarantees for Ukraine. Mere verbal commitments from Western powers will not be sufficient. They made such commitments in the Budapest Memorandum in 1994, whereby Ukraine agreed to give up its nuclear weapons in exchange for promises to respect the country's territorial integrity. These commitments were honored neither by the Russians nor by Ukraine's Western backers. Today, nothing short of membership in NATO, with its Article 5 guarantee, would be sufficient to deter a future Russian resumption of the current war. NATO membership may become a real possibility if the Ukrainian counteroffensive successfully reclaims the two southern oblasts of Kherson and Zaporizhia bordering the Black Sea coast. This region is critical to Ukraine's bargaining position for three reasons. First, to help restore Ukraine's ability to export from its Black Sea ports. Second, to rescue the remaining pro-Ukrainian people trapped in this region. And third, to cut off Russia's ability to resupply Crimea. Reclaiming these territories will block the land bridge to Crimea from Russia and put the Kerch Strait Bridge under severe threat. In addition, the Ukrainians can cut the canal once again that supplies fresh water to the peninsula. It's possible that the Ukrainian offensive will succeed in a spectacular fashion and that Russia's weakened forces will collapse across the whole front. But a more modest and possibly plausible scenario is for Ukraine to retake Kherson and Zaporizhia by late summer. This will lay the grounds not for a formal peace agreement, but for a self-enforcing armistice. A formal peace agreement under which Russia accepted NATO membership for Ukraine and Ukraine ceded legal sovereignty over Donbass or Crimea is very hard to imagine, and it's not desirable as a matter of principle. But an enduring, less formal armistice is conceivable. The threat of the slow strangulation of Crimea might finally give Putin an incentive to stop his attacks on Ukraine, unblock Ukraine's ports on a continuing basis, and commit to ending terroristic missile strikes on Ukrainian cities. There have been other similar arrangements in the past. North and South Korea never signed a peace treaty in 1954 and are still technically in a state of war, and yet the Korean peninsula has been stable ever since then. However, the viability of such an agreement will fundamentally depend on Ukrainian membership in NATO. Opposition to the country's membership in past years was understandable based on the fact that Ukraine was engaged in a hot war with Russia since 2014, and membership would immediately embroil the alliance in that war. If there's an armistice, however, and a quiet understanding that Ukraine, for the moment, would no longer actively seek to reclaim further territory, the task for NATO falls in line with its mission as a fundamentally defensive alliance. Indeed, it will not be possible to arrive at an armistice and stability between Ukraine and Russia without NATO membership. Any NATO member having doubts about this needs to articulate what alternative peace deal is possible in the coming years that will not be simply a short-lived ceasefire allowing Russia to rearm, rebuild, and restart the war at a later date. We need to start thinking concretely about the conditions under which NATO will accept Ukraine and prepare ourselves actively for such an outcome. This thinking needs to begin now because we in the West are still very far from consensus on this issue. Thank you very much for your attention.
Дякую професору Френсісу Фукуямі. Professor.
Thank you, Professor.
I thank Professor Fukuyama from Stanford University. He visits Ukraine fairly often. He provides a lot of comment. He also offers explanations on the end of history. And we are about to start a new panel. It is called Fighting for NATO. Ukraine should be the member of the alliance. And it is my great pleasure to invite our panelist, Ivana Klimpouch-Sytsadze, Vice Prime Minister for European and Euro-Atlantic Integration of Ukraine in 2016-2019, Chair of the Verkhovna Rada Committee on Integration of Ukraine, then General Douglas Lute, United States Permanent Representative to NATO in 2013-2017, then Rasa Yukirevich, member of the European Parliament, Vice Chair of the Group of the European People's Party in the European Parliament. And online we have Hans Vollmer, who is head of the permanent delegation of Sweden to the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. Then Hanna Fotyga, a member of the European Parliament, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Poland in 2006-2007. Michal Scherba, Vice President of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, and Nils Schmidt, member of the German Bundestag SPD Parliamentary Group spokesperson for Foreign Affairs. We would be discussing with the panelists the way we envision our victory. We will be discussing the upcoming NATO Summit, our expectations of this summit as a country aspiring to be the NATO member one day. And we will start with the words of Julio Garrian. Дорогой Арсений,
chers amis, je regrette de ne pouvoir me joindre à vous en personne, mais je me réjouis de partager avec vous certaines des décisions importantes que l'Assemblée parlementaire de l'OTAN a prises le week-end passé lors de notre session de printemps à Luxembourg. Nous avons réaffirmé notre soutien à l'Ukraine dans une résolution forte présentée par notre collègue et ami et vice-président Michal Scherba, qui, je le sais, s'adressera directement à vous cet après-midi. Cette résolution condamne avec la plus grande fermeté la guerre d'agression non provoquée, injustifiée, brutale et illégale que la Russie mène contre l'Ukraine depuis 15 longs mois. Elle réaffirme le soutien uni et résolu de l'Assemblée à la démocratie, à l'indépendance, à la souveraineté, à l'intégrité territoriale, à l'autodéfense et à l'autodétermination de l'Ukraine. Notre soutien sera, tout comme votre combat pour la liberté, inébranlable. Nous ne relâcherons pas nos efforts et continuerons de nous tenir à vos côtés jusqu'à la victoire. Car c'est bien notre sécurité commune, nos valeurs et l'ordre international fondé sur des règles de droit que l'Ukraine défend aujourd'hui par sa résistance courageuse contre l'agression russe. Et c'est bien en Ukraine que se joue l'avenir de cet ordre international. C'est le message que je transmettrai aux chefs d'État et de gouvernement des pays alliés lors du sommet de l'OTAN qui se tiendra à Vilnius en juillet. Je sais que vos attentes pour ce sommet sont grandes. À Vilnius, les Alliés ont un double impératif. Nous devons d'une part apporter un soutien accru, accéléré et soutenu à l'Ukraine sur le terrain, et d'autre part, nous devons envoyer un signal politique très clair que la place de l'Ukraine est au sein de notre famille euro-atlantique, au sein de l'OTAN, tout comme c'est celle de la Finlande, dont les délégués nous ont rejoints en tant que membres à part entière lors de notre session de printemps de l'Assemblée, et c'est aussi celle de la Suède qui nous rejoindra, je l'espère, dans les plus brefs délais. Notre résolution invite instamment les chefs d'État et de gouvernement de l'Alliance à affirmer sans ambiguïté que l'Ukraine deviendra membre de l'OTAN et à convenir des prochaines étapes significatives sur la voie de son adhésion. Et à Vilnius, je suis convaincue que les Alliés prendront des initiatives concrètes afin d'aider l'Ukraine très pratiquement à avancer sur cette voie. Notre résolution appelle aussi les dirigeants de l'Alliance à souligner à Vilnius la nécessité de mettre en place de solides garanties de sécurité future afin d'aider l'Ukraine à prévenir toute agression à l'avenir. Car c'est dès aujourd'hui que nous devons préparer ensemble l'avenir de l'Ukraine, une Ukraine dont la résilience démocratique, incontestable désormais, sortira de cette guerre grandie et renforcée. Mais la paix ne pourra se construire sans la justice. Notre Assemblée a soutenu dès la première heure la création d'un tribunal spécial pour juger du crime d'agression. Mais justice doit également être faite pour tous les autres crimes. Crimes de guerre, crimes contre l'humanité et tout acte qui serait constitutif de génocide. La reconnaissance des crimes du passé nous aidera dans nos efforts de justice présents. C'est pourquoi je me réjouis que le Sénat français ait adopté ma résolution reconnaissant l'Holodomor comme génocide, ainsi que mon rapport sur la résolution condamnant les transferts forcés massifs d'enfants ukrainiens vers la Russie. Chers amis, je voudrais conclure ce message en vous renouvelant une fois de plus notre admiration sans borne pour votre courage, votre volonté, votre détermination. Soyez assurés que vous n'êtes pas seuls. Chacun d'entre nous, chacun de nos membres de l'Assemblée parlementaire de l'OTAN continue et continuera au quotidien à œuvrer à la victoire de l'Ukraine. Merci à tous, merci pour votre engagement, merci de tout ce que vous faites pour l'Ukraine et pour nos libertés. Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава.
Glory to the heroes. Thank you, most President of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. And now to the panel per se. We are having a panel dedicated to the following topic: fighting for NATO, no more delays. Ukraine should become a NATO member. My first question is to Ivana Klimpur-Sentsadze. Kyiv Mayor Vitaly Klitschko said that neutrality was a major mistake of the previous Ukrainian governments. We can remember that for decades we turned a blind eye to what is totally evident today, that the security shield offered by the NATO is a requirement, absolute requirement for Ukraine. So how has the attitude in Ukraine changed? How has the attitude of Ukrainians or our Western partners changed, do you think? Thank you very much, Miroslava. Thank you, dear friends. I am thankful for this opportunity to talk to you and for your establishing this wonderful platform where we can discuss the most topical issues and challenges. The easiest response to your question is a mix of all of those factors. The unpreparedness of the Ukrainian society, its insufficient vision of its future, and just it's being turned back while moving ahead. And these oscillations between different political positions. We wanted to be members of NATO, then we were neutrals, then again we wanted to be NATO members, then we wanted to be non-allied. And in 2014, the Ukrainian society had made a very clear statement that we are part of the European family. We want to be members of the EU and the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. And there is no appetite for any decisions that would discourage Europe from accepting us as members of the EU or NATO. And Rasa and I have just returned from the NATO Parliamentary Assembly session, and what impressed me most during this session was that even though over the last 15 months of our 10-year-long war with the Russian Federation, the huge transformation has occurred. The transformation from the stance that Ukraine cannot lose in this war to the preparedness to believe that Ukraine should win and is to win. This is huge transformation, but at the same time, I see that our partners, our friends, are not quite prepared, ready to understand that Russia should lose in this war. And this transformation is yet ahead of us, and this is the road yet to be covered by our partners. Then we will have a shared vision of what we in Ukraine feel, what we in the Ukrainian politicum feel, and what our Western partners feel. So this is a road that we should walk together to have this shared vision. We are not there yet, and even though we hear very serious statements, including those that we've heard today, we should be more realistic. That means we should realize that there is no consensus amongst the allies that Ukraine should be invited to membership in July in Vilnius. It might be a mistake, even more dramatic one than the one made in 2008 in Bucharest. We still have some time to go before the summit, and I hope that our joint effort, the efforts of parliamentarians and societies, will yield a different result. And I hope that our expectations will come true. Ivana, may I ask you whether I took it right that Ukraine's victory to our partners does not always mean the loss or the failure of Russia? What do you mean? I would tell you that we do not have this shared vision with our partners about what Ukraine's victory might mean. Even here inside Ukraine, we don't have this common understanding of what Ukraine's victory should look like. Whether returning to the borders as of the 23rd of February 2022, or our borders of 1991, or Ukrainian flag over the Kremlin. To me, Ukraine's victory is about the borders, the internationally recognized borders of 1991. And Russia exhausted and tired to the extent where it cannot attack any other country. The Russian Federation so isolated that the sanctions stay after the end of the war. When we do not allow technologies to be transferred to the Russian Federation, when we do not have the 100-kilometer demilitarized zone, when we yet again see all of the crimes investigated, prosecuted and punished by a special tribunal, International Criminal Court or any other platform, and when we achieve the atonement of the upcoming generations of the Russian citizens. And Ukraine's membership of the alliance should be integral part of this victory. Without it, there can be no serious discussion of the lasting peace in Europe. Thank you very much, Ivanna. We will continue the offline discussion after online address by Anna Fotyga, who was Polish Minister of Foreign Affairs. And I will ask Anna in English then.
Hello, Ms. Fotyga, do you hear us?
Yes, hello, I hear you.
Great, great. Ms. Fotyga, recently President Duda called to provide Ukraine with security guarantees. What kind of guarantees are we talking about?
Well, allow me just a few words of introduction. I just returned from the European Parliament mission to Washington and Wisconsin, by the way, where we discussed the security environment of Europe and Euro-Atlantic area, and of course full-scale invasion of Russian Federation against Ukraine was the main topic of our deliberations. And in the course of debates, we were presented excellent survey made by the International Republican Institute. It was presented by well-known expert, IRI expert Steve Meeks. And the findings show that vast majority of Ukrainians, regardless of territory, and that is probably novelty because earlier there were territorial divisions in response. Now I would say that it is all over Ukraine. People vastly support membership of Ukraine in NATO. And in all concepts elaborated by international experts, I participate in such group led by Andrei Yermak and Anders Fogh Rasmussen, gave ground to later Kyiv Compact. And showing that the golden standard of security for Ukraine is, of course, full NATO membership as soon as possible, meaning that we should fulfill the Bucharest promise given to Ukraine that the country joins NATO I think personally that Ukrainian army and Ukrainian institutions, because of very resolute resistance to the 18 months aggression, full-scale aggression of Russian Federation, are most probably the most combat experienced army in contemporary time, of course, supported by us, and in the foreseeable future, it will be the army that is also very well equipped. Our aim is to facilitate the equipment allowing Ukraine to maintain effective, successful, effective, liberating whole territory, whole internationally recognized territory. And therefore, I think it is not only in security of Ukraine and in benefit and beneficial to Ukraine and Ukrainian people. It is the interest of all of us to have Ukraine as soon as possible within NATO.
Thank you, Madam Fatiga. Ми повернемося ще до розмови.
We will come back to the online discussion, but I have a question to General Douglas Luty, U.S. Permanent Representative to NATO in 2013-2017. We've been talking a lot about NATO Bucharest Summit, where unfortunately Ukraine was not given a membership action plan. Do you think it was a mistake made by those countries which were opposing to our membership at NATO, opposing a Ukrainian map? What would be your assessment from today's point of view of 2008?
My wife's family is Ukrainian, of Ukrainian origins. So she's having me report every step of this conference while she's back in Washington. Look, I think it's clear in hindsight that the decision in 2008 to announce that Ukraine and Georgia will be members of NATO and yet not follow up with the mechanism to see that promise all the way was in fact a mistake. I think it's useful, though, at the beginning of this conference, early in this conference, to go to the source document that covers membership to NATO. And it's actually the treaty itself, right? So everyone knows Article 5 of the treaty, the Collective Defense Clause. It's actually Article 10 of the NATO Treaty, the Washington Treaty, signed in 1949, that covers membership, right? Additional membership. And essentially lays out 3 criteria for membership. And let me just walk through these because I think it informs the very theme of this conference, right? The first one is an aspiring member must be able to contribute to the collective defense. That means not only self-defense of the member of the aspiring state itself, but to the collective defense of all NATO allies. That criteria is clear. Ukraine has met that criteria. I mean, Ukraine is, let's be honest here, it's the strongest, most capable, best equipped army in Europe today. It just is. And it is, in addition to that, as the previous speaker said, the most combat experienced army. So there's no question about criteria number 1, right? Criteria number 2 is that an aspiring member state, or a state aspiring to membership, must reflect the core values of NATO. These 3 values are in the second sentence of the NATO treaty. They are democracy, individual liberty, and rule of law. And this is a question for Ukrainians to ask of their own leadership and of their own nation. How well does Ukraine stand up to those three core values? And I would argue it's a work in progress, right? Which has been interrupted by the war itself, right? And this points to the downstream work that Ukrainians have as a nation to get back on a reform path and so forth, right? But there's that second criterion. And the third one is the one that's the hang-up right now. And that is that all current members of the alliance must agree, right? So today, the vote on Ukrainian membership has to be 31-0. This consensus requirement is very well demonstrated today because Sweden is not yet a member of NATO. Why? Because we don't have 31 votes in favor of Sweden's membership. So as we think about the theme of this conference, I think it's important to go back to the fundamentals, which are those are the three criteria. Now, in practical terms, if we can't get consensus in 6 or 8 weeks by Vilnius, what can we expect? What's realistic? I think we should aim for the following. Number one, we should codify the security assurances that are in place right now. The kind of training, equipment, intelligence sharing, and so forth, that's enabling the Ukrainian armed forces to defend Ukraine today. We should codify that. We should capture that. This will probably be done on a series of bilateral bases rather than 31 nations as a whole. But we should capture that because it's essential to completing the fight today. The second thing I think the alliance can offer, and I'm hopeful that the alliance will offer to Ukraine, is a unique and special relationship with the alliance. And they would do this by commissioning or originating something called the NATO Ukraine Council. Now, some of you who worked inside NATO know that there's already a NATO Ukraine Commission, but not a council. What's the difference? Is this just a play on words? No, it's very different. A NATO Ukraine Council would give Ukraine the authority, the right, to convene the North Atlantic Council, NATO, at any time. It would give Ukraine a seat at the table whenever Ukraine feels threatened. And it would certainly be the appropriate venue to discuss the sorts of security challenges Ukraine faces today. You know, it's interesting. There's only one NATO consul with a non-member state today. It's the NATO-Russia Council. So my suggestion is, let's replace the NATO-Russia Council with the NATO-Ukraine Council, okay? And put Ukraine at the table. This would, in effect, so it doesn't equate to membership. That's down the road. But it would put Ukraine in the room, if not permanently at the table. And this is an important and I think concrete step that could be taken at Vilnius.
I also have additional question to the general. Why do we say today or speak today about different forms of cooperation with NATO, but not about membership at NATO? Sometimes, as for me, it looks like substitution of a clear-cut decision by NATO to accept Ukraine, what is vitally important for Ukraine today. As for me, it looks like a rhetoric which would mask the fact that the West is not ready to accept Ukraine.
Well, the reality is the alliance is not at consensus. We don't have consensus. So in practical terms, I think that leaves us with the question, what can we accomplish at Vilnius? And how can we use Vilnius in July as a stepping stone towards the Washington NATO Summit on the 75th anniversary of the alliance next year? And I know if I were Ukrainian, I know what that sounds like. That sounds like just another year, right? Which has been just another year like every year since 2008. I get it. But the reality is we're not going to change the treaty, and we don't have consensus. So as a soldier, as someone who's trying to accomplish something practical, I'd suggest, as I did, security assurances and a NATO-Ukraine Council. These are doable, and these should be the minimum that we expect coming out of Vilnius.
Дякую. Прошу мені ще раз сказати.
Thank you. I would like to ask who is now in contact with us. Hans Wallmark, the chair of a Swedish permanent delegation to NATO Parliamentary Assembly. Hans, welcome. Do you hear us?
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Hello, Kyiv.
Раді вас чути теж. Скажіть, будь ласка.
We are glad to hear you too. Tell us, please, what is the main reason or the main argument for not accepting Ukraine at NATO at the Vilnius Summit in July 2023?
Well, from a Swedish perspective, we have also very high hopes on the Vilnius Summit, though we are an applicant for NATO membership, and we are an invitee, but still not a full member. So Sweden has been ratified in 29 out of 31 NATO countries, but we still are not ratified in Hungary and Turkey. So we have high hopes on that, and we hope that we're going to be ratified. So therefore, it's very hard for Sweden to have some kind of opinion on the Vilnius Summit on other issues. But saying that, Sweden is always an ardent believer of open door policy in EU and also hopefully in NATO, because we are using this open door. And we hope that we can pass that open door to the Vilnius Summit. But what I can talk about is absolutely the EU process. And I'm not only the head of the delegation, the Swedish delegation to NATO PA, I'm also chairman of the Standing Committee on European Affairs in the Swedish Parliament. And I can assure you that Sweden and the Swedish parties, all 8 parties inside the parliament, is very much in favor for a EU member process for Ukraine. And we are all 8 parties are unanimous also in favor of all the weapon packages and other aid that we have delivered to Ukraine and will deliver for the future.
Дякую.
Thank you. And my next question to our offline participant, Rasa Yuknevitchene, a member of European Parliament and a vice head of the European People's Party. We have a certain impression, and certain widely held view in Ukraine, that it would be cheaper and safer for the world to have Ukraine as a member of NATO instead of facing the threats that the world is facing now. Do you share this view, and do you feel that the European political elites appreciate this?
Ukrainian, but fortunately understand your question. First of all, I would like to say how happy am I to be invited into the capital, which it comes to my mind as a capital, global capital of the fight for freedom and democracy. You are. Thank you. And answering to your question, yes, of course. And I put into my notes the main thesis I wanted to share with you, and almost all of them were already mentioned, except maybe one Ivan a little bit mentioned. I will say later about that. But yes, my short answer to your question is yes. You know, for me, what does it mean, NATO for Ukraine? It's important part of the strategy for sustainable, I would like to underline sustainable peace in European continent. We can achieve peace immediately with some negotiations, dialogue again with Kremlin, so on and so on. Somebody somewhere in Latin America or in other countries are asking for dialogue of both sides. But that will be not sustainable peace. That will be the peace only for a short period of time. And for me, this is, I think, what we have to achieve, and we have chance to achieve. It's very clear when Putin lost the main battle next to Kiev last year, it became very clear that it's the beginning of the end of this regime in Kremlin. Of course, it's a long way to achieve it, but for me, it's obvious. So first, NATO membership, Ukraine's NATO membership is about sustainable peace in European continent. Now, second, about the current situation. Until 2014, we witnessed, and myself, as at that time part of NATO PA for 20 years, Minister of Defense in Lithuania, all my life mainly dealing with NATO, political life, dealing with NATO issues. We witnessed the battle for Ukraine's membership in the mindsets of both, in the West and, frankly speaking, Ukraine as well. Until 2014, it was no consensus in the society in Ukraine for NATO membership. It was less than 50%, far from that, and support was not very high. Today, what we have, it also was already mentioned, the main battle for Ukraine's membership is in the minds of the West. It's Europe that needs Ukraine. It's us who we need to ask to agree Ukraine to become part of NATO. It was mentioned already by Natalia Yaresko, so, but that was on my notes, and I am more than sure about that. So, third, I will not say why. It was mentioned several times. Armed forces, the strongest membership action plan already Ukraine got in the battlefield. It's more than membership action plan when American patriots are shooting, are destroying Kinzhals. So what else do we need for membership action plan for Ukraine? It's more than expected membership action plan. And the third, my third thesis, and very important one, it's related also with the first one about sustainable peace in European continent. Ukraine's membership in NATO will assist Putin's, post-Putin Russia's transformation into a normal state. Ivana mentioned that we have to contain, yes. The first stage is containment, containment, and containment in all means. But at the end, I am maybe it's not majority, even my country believe that Russia can be different in the future than it is now. But I believe, why not? Why not? In '85, I was medical doctor in small Lithuanian city. And it was any thought for me that I will speak in front of you as member of European Parliament. In 5 years, it changed a lot and Lithuania became independent. So to have this dream, this strategy for Russia to become different, we will help ourselves. And now about this mindset in the West. I am optimistic on NATO membership as well. We just, in my group, in European People Party group 2 weeks ago, we adopted important paper. And we agreed, all of us, Germans, French, Benelux countries, Italians, and of course, still we have this name, Easterners in European Parliament, about Ukraine's NATO membership. It took some 4 months. I was witnessing the change of mindset of very many colleagues in my political group, but it happened. So it will happen the same, I think, with the governments of NATO countries. Just only remember the beginning of this large-scale war and the messages from NATO Secretary General, other leaders in NATO about lethal weapons, about the possibility of NATO members to provide with, for example, jets. Today, everything is reality. The mindset changed. So I think the same will happen with NATO membership. The most important message from this paper is, my final message, what did we mention here? Invitation for Ukraine 23-24, Vilnius or Washington Summit, membership immediately after the war, because you are ready for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Rasa. І у нас на зв'язку Михайло Щерба.
We have Mikhail Щерба, Vice President of Parliamentary Assembly, NATO.
We're glad to welcome you at Security Forum.
Good afternoon. I welcome everybody, and I send my best greetings from Warsaw.
Thank you so much. First of all, we are talking about Ukrainian membership in NATO, as you heard, but my first question will be about Russia's prognosis about changing in Russian mindset after this war. Personally, I don't believe in that. I don't believe that this is Putin's war. I think that this is the Russian war. It's result of their imperialistic mentality. What do you think about such kind of changes after war, after Russian capitulation in Russian minds?
First of all, it's Russia's war. It's not Putin's war, and we as NATO Parliamentary Assembly, we already named the Russian Federation under current regime a terrorist state. A terrorist state, it means that it's not only Putin who is a terrorist, it's the state who is functioning as a terrorist state. It's not only a terrorist state, but it's committing genocide, and it was exactly stressed in declaration we adopted in Luxembourg just a few days ago. It will be a big process to change Russia's people mind. And now what we have to do is to fight disinformation. We have to expel all Russian diplomats from our countries who are using disinformation against Ukraine, but also about showing how this war looks like. So our language is very strict, our language is very concrete. We also named in Luxembourg a Wagner Group, a terrorist organization, and we want to treat them like this. So it's our obligation as politicians, as European politicians, to deliver the message to our societies, to our parliaments, who are we don't afraid of the language which is the language of truth.
Thank you, Mr. Sherba. And my next question is this one. Poland is actively fighting for Ukraine's membership in NATO. Who is against this?
Well, it's very difficult question to name the country, the government we don't follow. But first of all, we really need very concrete decision at the Vilnius Summit. It's something which is really important now. Our Swedish colleague just spoke before me. We are glad that Finland has finally joined the alliance, and we should now assure Sweden's accession. But after Sweden, it should be Ukraine. So we really hope that still our heads of states and government will make some significant progress at the Vilnius Summit concerning the membership. So we do our best as NATO Parliamentary Assembly to promote this kind of open door policy, but open door policy is not enough. Ukraine deserves invitation to the alliance. In our declaration, we also said that this kind of stand-up against Russia's military aggression creates a significant contribution to Euro-Atlantic security. It was said very openly. What Ukrainian military people, what Ukrainian government is doing now, it's a contribution for Euro-Atlantic security. So, and also we think that it's a high time to start to speak about some security arrangements, some security guarantees for Ukraine until it will join NATO. Because so this is also very important. But we have to say very openly that only full Ukrainian military victory and Russia's strategic defeat can offer a chance for just and stable peace for Ukraine, but also for our Euro-Atlantic family.
Thank you. And my next question to Nils Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt, Ukrainian President Viktor Yushchenko has repeatedly said that at the Bucharest Summit of NATO in 2008, German Chancellor Angela Merkel, with her position, had blocked the start of Ukraine's potential membership in NATO. Do you think it was a mistake? What is your position now, and what would be position of your country at Vilnius this year?
Hello, everybody. Thanks for having me. I'm glad to join at least online. I would have loved to come to Kyiv. Our parliament is in session here in Berlin. So I'm happy to participate at least via Zoom. First of all, let me state that at the Bucharest summit, it was not only Germany that was skeptical about NATO membership of Ukraine, it was also the French president and other...
Germany and France, right.
Yeah, and other NATO member states, so there was no consensus. At the same time, one major argument which was more or less bringing Germany and France up against NATO membership for Ukraine was the idea that we should not provoke Russia. So now this has become obsolete for obvious reasons, because if there's anything provocative about Russia, then it is that Russia has invaded Ukraine. So now the situation is very much different. And the open door policy has been reaffirmed over the last few months by NATO. I think we will not see a full decision taken in Vilnius. But I think Germans and the German government is much more open to debate NATO membership and other forms of security guarantees for Ukraine than before. And the Chancellor has already made clear that Germany is ready to sign up to security guarantees for Ukraine together with other countries. And then the next step could be NATO membership. But let me tell you one thing very clearly today. As far as I see it, there is no consensus among NATO member states for an immediate NATO accession by Ukraine. And it does not help Ukraine to see a divided NATO on this issue. So what we are busy trying to do with our colleagues in NATO, our friends in NATO, is to have a unified position in Vilnius, which helps Ukraine in its war efforts against Russia. And that is a paramount objective, because a weakened NATO is not only bad for NATO, but also bad for Ukraine. So do not expect any major step forward on that in Vilnius, but you can expect, rightfully expect, very strong security guarantees from NATO member states, including Germany. And of course, you can expect military support that has been stepped up over the last few weeks in order to help Ukraine in its self-defense against Russian invasion. So I think that's the point we are on now. And I think as long as the Biden administration is rather skeptical about a quick NATO membership, a quick accession, there will be not much movement to be seen on that matter in a very short period of time.
Thank you. Я прошу прокоментувати.
I would like Ivana Klebushyn-Sadze to comment on this position vis-a-vis the feasibility of offering Ukraine NATO membership in Vilnius on the 10th and 11th of July. Thank you. You know, I would like to respond to a number of things that we've heard during this panel. One of those is that we've started to hear about security assurances, security arrangements, security guarantees, maybe, and that's just a play of words. That's all about semantics. We saw security assurances in the Budapest Memorandum, and it transpired that they meant nothing. Can you hear the translation over there at your end? Yep, thank you very much. Thank you. So we know the text of the Budapest Memorandum, and we know that the language there referred to security assurances. Now, most European capitals speak about security arrangements or some mythical security guarantees which are not tantamount to those Ukraine would have had as a member of NATO. And I think that it is a strategic mistake of the West. And I see fear behind it, even though we enjoy incredible support by our Western partners, which we treasure, even though we see this incredible unity of our Western partners that we've never seen before in our history. But the West is still not prepared to make yet another step to demonstrate their courage. You will remember that at first our partners spoke about Stinger and Javelin systems, then they started speaking about artillery systems. Then they've discussed tanks and their procurement for half a year, and then the decision was made. And since April last year, we've been speaking about closing our skies, about F-16s, about training our pilots, and finally the decision has been taken. Now we hear the discussions whether the strategic missiles are sufficient that our British partners provided us with. And I'm sure that sometime later, this far-reaching, long-range missiles will be provided by the American partners as well. But I think there is still this concern and fear on the part of the West that Russia should not be provoked. But when you see our destroyed villages and cities, when you see our decimated society and genocide that Russia is causing to the Ukrainian nation, you might then be ready, prepared, and you will have enough sufficient political will to state it openly and explicitly and clearly that Russia has no veto over political decisions taken by the alliance. What we see today is that Russia has a direct impact on Ukraine being barred from membership in the NATO alliance. So it is all about being frank to ourselves, and it is about responsibility and accountability, and it is about the debt to the Ukrainian defenders and Ukrainian society. With this in mind, I think the allies would offer membership to Ukraine. If not in Vilnius, then perhaps in Washington, or in an interim summit that could be called for this specific purpose. I want this decision to be taken sooner than later, for the peace that we are discussing today and that Ukrainian people want so badly could be possible. And that cannot be achieved without meaningful security guarantees. I mean, Ukraine's membership of the alliance. Thank you, Ivana. General Douglas Luther would like to respond.
To echo my colleague's comments. You know, the narrative to date in the West is that we will be with Ukraine as long as it takes. We've heard this 100 times. I think coming out of Vilnius, we should change that narrative. We should amend, revise that narrative. It should be, we will be with Ukraine as long as it takes, with as much as it takes. And that second part is critical. And frankly, we have not provided as much as it takes.
As it takes to win and defeat Russia.
Yes. So the narrative is only a half narrative. It's good that we're going to be here a long time, but the Ukrainians are bearing the burden of this. And we should end this incremental approach to support, military support, and bring this war to a victory as soon as we can. And that means we have to release the limits, our own self-imposed limits on the military support to Ukraine. It is past time to provide as much as it takes.
Дякую. І я буду мати, I'll have the same question for Hans Wallmark, Michal Szczerba, and Nils Schmidt. And it will be this. Will Ukraine's victory finally help overcome West's fear of Russia's threats? And will Ukraine finally become a member of NATO? Let's start with Hans Wallmark.
Sorry. Well, I start with the last question first because it's a little simpler. As a not yet a NATO member, then it's very easy to say answering yes to that question because I don't really know exactly how the other 31 NATO countries is discussing. But from my perspective, as Michael Scherba from Poland also mentioned, we have now noticed that after the full-scale invasion of Ukraine last year, Finland have applied and been the 31st member country. Sweden have applied. We have high hopes to be the 32nd. I think it's quite obvious that Ukraine is very close to also have all the opportunities to be the 33rd country. But it's very hard for me as representative for Sweden to say anything about NATO, though we are not a member. But we really hope to be one. And as I say, I really want to underline the importance of open door policy. And to answering your first question, yes, I think Ukraine's victory is very important. It's so important for our continent, and it's so important for our institutions like NATO and like the European Union. And I think that we, for a very long time, for a foreseeable future, really need to understand that we have to handle a nationalistic, imperialistic, quite well-armed Russia, and therefore we need to contain it and we need to deter it. And we're doing that best together and inside the European Union and inside NATO. Thank you.
Thank you. Michal Scherba, the floor is yours.
Yes, I totally agree with one of the speakers that we use this phrase all the time, that we will support Ukraine for as long it takes for Ukraine to prevail. I also agree with you that it's not enough. And in my speech in Luxembourg, I also added to support Ukraine as long as it takes for Ukraine to restore in full its territorial integrity. But I would like to also add until Ukraine is joining NATO, because only membership of NATO will be full 100% confidence that Ukraine is secured, that this part of Europe, of our Euro-Atlantic area is secured. So I want to say that, as you already know, that probably this process, as already Ivana said, will not finish in Vilnius. It will be continued also in Washington. But we can do some, let's say, a specific this decision. First of all, it was already said, but I would like to agree with this, that we need to strengthen NATO-Ukraine political dialogue. And this idea to transform NATO-Ukraine Commission into NATO-Ukraine Council, a body that could allow for joint consultations, decisions, including, for instance, crisis management mechanism, could fit the bill. So this is the first thing. The second is to upgrade comprehensive assistance package, and security necessary funding remains one of the key initiatives that needs to be implemented. And of course, Poland is also interested in this. We put it very openly, and we would like also to prepare a proposition to create a joint analysis, education and training center based in Poland. So we are also open for this this activity, and I hope that will be also a joint NATO-Ukraine declaration, and it will refer to Ukraine's role in the Euro-Atlantic security architecture, because as we said in Luxembourg, Ukraine's rightful place is in the Euro-Atlantic family, and we should demonstrate political commitment to Ukraine. You can rely on us. It's not just words, it's just the action we are doing in our parliament on the NATO Parliamentary Assembly level too.
Thank you. Thank you, Michal. And Nils Schmidt, the floor is yours. You're welcome.
Yeah, thanks a lot. First of all, I want to stress that I fully agree with the 4 very precise points my dear colleague Michael just mentioned. I think that these are very concrete steps forward we could take at Vilnius. I specifically like the idea of establishing a NATO-Ukraine Council because this would underline the big change of attitude NATO has come through since Russia attacked Ukraine. You remember that there used to be a NATO-Russia Council to promote political cooperation between NATO and Russia. This is now off the table. And so I would really like to see this strong signal with the establishment of this council. And as I've said, the other points are really very valuable, and I share them completely. Let me repeat that there should be a strong message of unity coming out of the NATO Summit in Vilnius. That is why we should focus on matters that are of immediate help to the Ukrainian people and to the Ukrainian war effort. And that is why security arrangements, of course, need to go much further than what was agreed upon in the Budapest Memorandum and other former agreements. That is why we also need a very strong commitment of all European NATO states, including Germany, to step up defense spending, because it's not only about as long as it takes, but also as much as it takes, but there should be also much available. So it's not so much about political red lines, it's more about technical limits in terms of ammunition available and stuff like that. And I think that there's a lot to do on that account in different countries, as I've said, including in Germany, since we are in a long, protracted conflict with Russia. This is not limited to Russia's aggression against Ukraine. Even after an end of this terrible war, we will be in a very, very harsh conflict with Russia. We will have to organize European security without and against Russia. And there will be a lot of practical issues on the table, like training the Ukrainian army, of course, after the end of the war as well, equipping the Ukrainian army, modernizing the Ukrainian army up to NATO standards even after the end of the war. This will be crucial in terms of deterrence, of common deterrence. And then we will have to decide upon NATO membership. We are open to that. But as I've said, please do not expect an immediate decision in Vilnius on that issue, but you can be assured of a very strong political and also military, and by the way, also financial and economic support from all these countries, NATO countries and others, for your country.
Thank you, Mr. Schmidt, and I'd like to thank you all our online speakers for your participation in Kyiv Security Forum. Thank you very much.
I've been thinking for an hour about Russia's words. I think you want to say something. First, please say what you want, and then I'll ask you a question.
Every medical doctor, before the decision for the right treatment, is looking for the optimistic and pessimistic scenarios. So in my first intervention was rather more optimistic. But of course, together with that, I have to put on the table some problems or maybe some possible complications or bad worst case scenario. I want to warn those who might think, I mean capitals in some Western countries, that Ukraine's NATO membership can be put on the negotiating table with Russia. That would be a big mistake. That would be disaster. And even if Ukraine will regain its territory, that will lead to the conflicts again and again and again, because why we say that invitation, not yet membership during the war, but invitation in Vilnius and Washington, D.C. Is important, because it would be a very clear message to Putin and his regime: forget it. Forget it. Forget that Ukraine is possible that Ukraine will not become member of NATO and you will be back in some years. And again, also it's the second one. My concern, what's going on when I see debates in the West, as we say, in Western front line on Ukraine. It is fear, still existing fear of Russia. It less, of course. Nobody speaks now about World War III as it was in the very beginning, but still, and lack of very clear strategy on Russia is also the problem. And when somebody says that we don't want to crush Russia, I want to crush Putin's regime in Russia. And very many people want to crush Putin's regime in Russia. So it's not necessary to say to crush Russia. It's most important now not to be afraid to help Ukraine to win this war and to crush regime in Russia. So these are possible complications, how to say, of the situation. But despite that, I am really optimistic that we will overcome those problems in the Western front line. And in my lifetime, I will see different, maybe democratic Russia, and for sure, Ukraine in NATO in nearest future. So good luck, Slava Ukraini.
Дякую.
Thank you, Rasa Yuknevich. You didn't answer the question which I prepared for you. So I will ask Ivana Klimpush-Tsintsadze to sum up our discussion and our deliberations on our prospects in Vilnius in July. What would you personally expect from it, and how optimistic you are about our future NATO membership? I would like personally to expect for invitation to join the alliance, but I do not expect it. I do not expect it because our partners are going to work out various forms and formats of strengthened cooperation within Ukraine, which they're going to present in Vilnius. This will be upgrading the comprehensive assistance package. This will be probably changing of NATO-Ukraine Commission into NATO-Ukraine Council. But I would like to remind you that for almost 6 years we've been having blocked work of the NATO-Ukraine Commission. Only recently it was unblocked at the level of foreign ministers, but I'm not sure that it will be unblocked for the future meetings by our close neighbors, alliance members, Hungary. So we understand what we are facing in other spheres. Maybe it's about additional ambitions, engaging Ukraine, providing Ukraine with enhanced capabilities, engaging Ukraine into work at NATO headquarters, at SHAPE headquarters, maybe engaging Ukraine into work at various centers of excellency, So all these things most probably will be discussed in this or that format. But for us, Ukrainians, even such big additional assistance will still leave the aftertaste, some bitter aftertaste. But I would call Ukrainians not to drop down your hands. If not in Vilnius, then at other summits, at other meetings, we will get invitation to the alliance. And in that case, we would follow the path which Finland has passed already, and we hope that Sweden will pass quickly enough and will be very quick on this. It's not just verification of the open doors policy. We need practical things and clear understanding of where we are going. Because some years ago we didn't have this understanding, but now I think we will be able to get the positive result in the end of the day. Thank you, the participants of this panel discussion. I thank you very much for your opinions, for optimism, and we'll see you all in half an hour. Now we have a coffee break, and we'll start with a speech by the Australian Prime Minister, Tony Abbott.
І про НАТО. Ну, от якби.
Може, це я перепрошую, що я так
Ви можете зі своєї.
Ні, це правда, я можу, але я думаю, що це все одно недоречно. Щоб я
хочемо вас представити. Ви можете назвати ім'я і посаду, чи це видом діяльності?
Мене звати Олександр Нечитайло. Наразі я директор Індо-Тихоокеанського регіону в МЗС України. Працював послом України в Малайзії останні 6 років. До того теж в дипломатичній сфері. Форум – цікава нагода, цікава платформа для того, щоб почути, скажімо так, провідних трендсетерів, як сказати, не тільки політиків, дипломатів, а й представників різних, скажімо так, НГО, що стосується, як вони бачать ситуацію в Україні. Для мене це важливо, тому що я займаюся дипломатією. Для нас важливо доносити наші меседжі до міжнародних партнерів, тому дуже важливо чути, що міжнародні партнери насправді думають про нас.
Скажіть, а з виступів ваших колег і взагалі спікерів за ці дві панелі, що вам найбільше запам'яталось?
Ну, найбільше, що зараз ми маємо безпрецедентну міжнародну підтримку України. Такої міжнародної підтримки дійсно не було. Ну, я працюю в цій сфері дипломатичній з 95-го року, тобто практично з моменту незалежності в нас не було такого світового вияву солідарності, як ми маємо зараз. І наше завдання як українців, як людей, які мають цей історичний шанс, його не втратити, а максимально реалізувати для того, щоб раз і назавжди вирішити наше питання геополітичної ідентичності, геополітичної приналежності.
Скажіть, будь ласка, які у вас очікування від форуму і саміту у Вільнюсі наступного місяця?
Ну, в мене думки співпадають з модераторами на панелі, які сьогодні я чув. Ми очікуємо, що будуть зроблені важливі заяви щодо підтримки України, щодо розширення формату співпраці з НАТО, але щодо запрошення України до членства в НАТО, наші прогнози є досить стриманими.
Скажіть, будь ласка, а для вас що буде закінченням війни? Як ви це бачите?
Закінчення війни для мене – це відновлення суверенітету України в міжнародно визнаних кордонах. Це кордони 1991 року, включаючи тимчасово окуповану Автономну Республіку Крим, східні регіони України, а також прийом або, скажімо так, вступ України до Європейського Союзу і НАТО.
Дуже вам дякуємо. Чудово. Alex, could you please start from introducing yourself and answer why it's important for you to be today here?
My name is Brian Whitmore. I'm a senior fellow at the Atlantic Council's Eurasia Center and a professor at the University of Texas at Arlington. It's important to be here these conferences intrinsically are important to discuss these issues, but it's more important right now just to be here, for this conference to be taking place, for those of us from outside of Ukraine to show our support for Ukraine. And just by being here, it's a show of defiance against Putin and his war machine.
What thoughts and ideas of the speakers, your colleagues, you think are the most powerful and maybe the most emotional?
Well, I don't know about emotional. I think what came across in today's panels was that sooner or later Ukraine is going to NATO and they're going to the European Union. I think that's very clear right now. And I think that was the biggest takeaway from today. I'll be speaking tomorrow at one of the later panels, but I thought this afternoon's panels were actually all very good. And my big takeaway is Ukraine's going to Europe. This process is unstoppable now.
And talking about that, what is your expectation about Vilnius Summit, next month?
Well, I think it's very clear. I don't think we're going to get membership at the Vilnius Summit. That's obvious. But I think we're going to get something that's going to help Ukraine in its war effort against Russia. I think we might get something like security guarantees from NATO members, as some of the speakers said. We might get a Ukraine-NATO Council that will give Ukraine a serious voice in NATO. It'll be one big step towards joining the alliance. I wouldn't get our hopes up too much for membership at Vilnius.
How you can describe the end of a war in Ukraine?
The end of the war is when all Russian troops are driven off of all of Ukrainian territory, and that includes Crimea. And I think that's doable.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Давайте почнемо з того, що ви представитесь і скажете про те, чому для вас важливо сьогодні бути тут.
Окей, добре. Мене звати Мирослава. В даному випадку я є представницею молоді, тієї групи, яка починається з 18 до 25 років, якраз закриває цей гештальт, змогла скористатися цією можливістю. І це для мене певний експеримент. Чому експеримент? Тому що раніше я брала участь в наукових форумах, а цей має і характер правовий, і політичний, і соціальний. І для мене це певний експеримент в плані нетворкінгу і в плані зближення до міжнародної спільноти, скажімо так. Я взагалі цікавлюсь міжнародним правом, правом Європейського Союзу, тому я вже для себе зробила конспект, який можуть давати студентам на пари з приводу того, яка позиція зараз в кожної з країн, що ми можемо зробити для того, щоб змінити, і хто безпосередньо на сьогоднішній день представляє нашу країну і яку позицію має наша країна. І сформувала власну думку, точніше, вкотре підтвердила, що ми рухаємося в правильному напрямку. Я вперше на цьому форумі і я максимально задоволена. Попереду ще один день. І я, чесно кажучи, з нетерпінням його чекаю. І ще більше хочу зазначити, що це класний інструмент для нетворкінгу. Свобода висловів, свобода знайомства. Неважливо, скільки тобі років, неважливо, що у тебе написано на бірці, неважливо, хто ти. Ти звичайна людина, яка може поділитися власними думками, подискусувати, поділитися контактами, знайти нових людей і відкрити для себе світ по-новому. Тому я абсолютно задоволена, і сьогодні тільки перший день.
Скажіть, а от з виступів спікерів попередніх двох панелях, що вам найбільше запам'яталось?
Мені сподобалося Іван Климпуш-Цинцадзе. Якщо я не помиляюся, чи я правильно назвала фамілію чи ні, наперед перепрошую. Сподобалася її позиція, сподобалося те, що вона не боїться суперечити або натякати на якісь конкретні вислови західних партнерів. Сподобалась категоричність. Тобто, попри те, що нам говорять західні партнери про якісь social assurance, там, guarantees, вона каже, це все окей, це все добре. Але це було давно, ми вже це чули. Ми хочемо реальні гарантії у вигляді членства НАТО і дії статті 5. Тому мені сподобалася і категоричність, і позиція. І це яскравий приклад того, як ми можемо відстоювати свою думку і наполягати на тому, на чому ми заслуговуємо, і наша країна заслуговує.
Які у вас очікування щодо форуму у Вільнюсі через місяць?
Чесно кажучи, враховуючи сумний досвід Бухарестського саміту, мені буде шкода, якщо вони вкотре зроблять цю помилку. Я думаю, що в принципі пропозиція щодо членства може бути, але з довгостроковою перспективою, з умовно, знову ж таки, гарантіями захисту, але наскільки це буде реалізовано в швидкому терміні, я не знаю. Пропозиція може бути, але реалізація цієї пропозиції може стягнутися надовго. Тобто ні нашим, ні вашим. Ми пропозицію зробимо, але як швидко ми її реалізуємо, це вже питання. Але дуже хочеться, щоб не допустили ту ж саму помилку, як і на Бухарестському саміті. Дуже хочеться, правда.
Скажіть, а яким ви бачите закінчення війни в Україні?
Ще раз, я вас не почула.
Як ви уявляєте закінчення війни в Україні?
Чесно кажучи, я сьогодні слухала про те, що всі говорять тільки про одну стратегію, це виключно перемога України. Я мрію про це, і я хочу, щоб це трапилося не завтра навіть, а сьогодні, але я читала багато статей експертів, військових безпосередньо, які проводять аналіз, статистику з цього приводу, і стратегії, насправді, і варіанти закінчення далеко не одні. Наприклад, якщо нам не вистачить озброєння, яке надають для контрнаступу, війна може просто затягнутися або заморозитися на тих кордонах лінії фронту, які є сьогодні. Це нам не підходить, тому на сьогоднішній день єдине, що ми можемо робити, це тиснути на західну спільноту для того, щоб вони допомагали нам і все ж таки реалізували ту перемогу, про яку вони говорять сьогодні. Тому що попри гучні вислови, ніхто не каже, що це єдиний варіант, адже їх багато. І я розумію, що, можливо, недоречно говорити про якісь негативні настрої, але нехтувати і закривати на це очі теж не варто. Ми розуміємо, що якщо нам не вистачить потужностей, значить ми не досягнемо тієї цілі, яку всі хочуть. Тому, на мою думку, я б хотіла, щоб сьогодні вже була перемога, але попереду ще довгий шлях. І перемога – це не тільки те, що ми станемо переможцями в цій війні, а це й повна відбудова України, повернення наших людей. Це дуже довго, дуже важко і дуже клопітка праця. І мені дуже хотілося, щоб всі до неї долучилися.
Дякую вам. Дуже дякую. Готові. Давайте почнемо з коротенького представлення і відповіді на питання, чому для вас важливо сьогодні бути на цьому форумі.
Микола Бірюзков, головний консультант Національного інституту стратегічних досліджень при президентові України і старший аналітик благодійного фонду «Повернись живим». Ну, по-перше, сам факт того, що проводиться такий форум, як на мене, є знаковим, тому що я пам'ятаю останній такий масштабний публічний захід, який проводив Open Ukraine і Київський безпековий форум. Це був, власне, захід до 30-ї річниці референдуму про підтвердження акту про проголошення незалежності України, і ми тоді були в умовах уже наростання російської військової загрози. Тобто те, що проводиться цей форум, це вже є певним символом того успіху, який ми досягнули в останні 15 місяців фактично. Тобто це одне із відображень цього всього. Ну і інше, це, звичайно, ми говоримо про те, куди рухатись далі, тому що питання, яке було так рельєфно підняте 24 лютого 2022 року, про те, що без гарантування безпеки України не може бути безпеки Європи, воно залишається без відповіді. І тобто учасники всі форуму в кулуарах теж фактично обговорюють це питання, виходячи з того, що в кінці кінців є згода про безальтернативність остаточного приєднання України до НАТО. І це ключове, скажімо так. Тому це для мене теж важливо почути те, що всі згодні, представники різних країн, згодні з цим. Звичайно, немає, на жаль, поки що консенсусу про, власне, приєднання України до НАТО якомога швидше, але те, що всі погодились, що безпеку України треба посилювати і альтернативи краще, чим приєднання України до НАТО, нема, це є однозначно прогрес, за який ми заплатили страшну ціну, але це ті реалії, в яких ми є. Тому, безперечно, цей форум є дуже важливим.
А на вашу думку, у Вільнюсі будуть озвучені якісь нові дедлайни там, чи можливі дати, навпаки, подальших кроків?
Ну, знову ж таки, як українському громадянину мені б дуже хотілося це почути, але, на жаль, ми бачимо таку ситуацію, що наші партнери, вони воліють трошки по-іншому діяти, тобто вони все-таки керуються в першу чергу ризиками, і як наслідок вони говорять тут і зараз про збільшення практичної допомоги. І, скоріше за все, ця лінія буде продовжуватись. Тобто, так, можливо, нас чекає певна інституціоналізація того формату взаємодії, який почався після 24 лютого. Тобто, що буде підписаний певний рамковий документ, політичний документ, де буде чітко сказано, що поки Україна ще в процесі на шляху до НАТО, то в випадку потреби і далі будуть надавати системи озброєння, розвідувальні дані, проводиться тренування, якісь оборонне спільне планування. Тобто, безперечно, прогрес певний буде, і, наприклад, збільшення того ж самого допомоги, яка на двосторонньому рівні надається з боку НАТО. Тобто це все буде, але поки що ми бачимо, що наші партнери, вони не готові до розмови саме про членство в НАТО. Але, знову ж таки, ті всі моделі, які зараз обговорюються, в тому числі там збільшення практичної допомоги тут і зараз, вони ж не означають, що Україна повинна вийти і відмовитись від своєї цілі. Тобто мені дуже сподобалась теза про те, що життя не закінчується Вільнюським самітом, життя не закінчується Вашингтонським самітом, і ніхто, особливо після 24 лютого 2022 року, всього того, що ми пережили, не зможе змусити нас ставити чітке питання про приєднання до НАТО. А це вже країнам НАТО якби відповідати на цей запит і нести і моральну, і стратегічну відповідальність за свою відповідь.
І скажіть на сам кінець, що для вас буде перемогою України в цій війні? Якою ви її бачите?
Ну, безперечно, одним з елементів перемоги України в цій війні це є приєднання України до НАТО. Тому що ця війна, велика війна, почата Кремлем 24 лютого, це спроба знищити Україну. І як наслідок приєднання України до НАТО, це була б якраз найкраща антитеза Володимиру Путіну, що його плани зазнали вже тотального краху. Тому, безперечно, без гарантування безпеки України через приєднання до НАТО важко уявити якби остаточне врегулювання, і тільки через приєднання України до НАТО ми можемо позбавити Путіна простору для проєктування свого впливу, і ми можемо запустити в Росії оцей процес якби постімперського розвитку, тобто відмови від імперської ментальності. Тому, в принципі, можна погодитися з тим, що якщо ми так лаконічно говоримо про що буде перемога України в цій війні, це дійсно приєднання України до НАТО.
Дякую вам дуже. Давайте почнемо з того, що ви представитесь, скажете, чому ви сьогодні тут, чому для вас це важливо.
Доброго дня, дякую за запрошення. Мене звуть Марк Войджер, я директор магістерської програми по глобальному менеджменту у Американському університеті у Києві. Мій філіал Аризонському штатському університеті, і я викладаю глобальну безпеку і, звичайно, Київський форум безпеки – це таке дуже важлива подія, фокус, як центр таких, де обговорюються такі питання, де зустрічаються високопосадовці з всього світу. Тому і мені дуже цікаво бути присутнім і приєднатися, прийняти участь. І дуже дякую організаторам. І завжди приємно бути у Києві, коли є такі цікаві події і такі важливі конференції для України, а також для системи трансатлантичної безпеки.
А скажіть, що з виступів спікерів за ці попередні дві панелі вам найбільше запам'яталось?
Ну, дивіться, я знаю багатьох із спікерів і особисто, наприклад, генерал Лут, коли він був у НАТО ще, він також був у нас у американській армії у Європі, я працював радником туди у генерала Бена Ходжеса. Тому і мені завжди цікаві такі розмови, пов'язані з НАТО, з міжнародної безпеки. І ще будуть більше сьогодні, завтра, тому і я очікую такі цікаві розмови.
А які ваші очікування від саміту у Вільнюсі?
Я думаю, що Україна отримає багато на Вільнюському саміті, навіть якщо не отримає запрошення, як всі хочуть. Я думаю, це буде важливіший крок в напрямку вже не тільки партнерство, а й членство у НАТО. Там є такі, звісно, технічні процедури, але загалом, я думаю, всі у НАТО вже розуміють, що Україна реально це як захисник Заходу загалом, західної системи безпеки, і я впевнений, що в кінці Україна буде членом НАТО у ближчому майбутньому.
Скажіть на сам кінець, якою для вас буде перемога України? Як ви її уявляєте?
Якою перемогою? По-перше, звісно, звільнити всі окуповані території і також зробити так, що Росія реально, або російський режим, кажемо так, путінський, кремлівський режим розвалився, бо це терористична держава, терористичний режим, і я впевнений, що українська перемога приведе до розвалу самого кремлівського режиму, і це буде перемога не тільки для вас, а для свободного світу.
Дякую. Представтесь, будь ласка, і скажіть, чому для вас важливо сьогодні бути на форумі?
Думаю, це сьогодні дуже гарний день, багато людей. І думаю, у нас чогось I'm going to switch between Ukrainian and English. We have a lot in common, because I think we have a similar mindset of what we want to achieve, which is we want to see victory. We want to see Ukraine win. Treba. We have to be strong, bud silnym, and we have to make Ukraine win. And я також директор школа в Кембриджі. Це нова школа, українська. In this school, Ukrainian children are learning Ukrainian language, Ukrainian history, and the people who are there, the parents, more than 100 children, almost 150, they haven't abandoned their country. They've left their country, but they haven't abandoned their country. And I think it's very important for people here to know that people outside of Ukraine are working as well their best to make Ukraine bigger and to ensure the victory and the glory of Ukraine. I really hope that this is a day that we will all see. While we're here, we're talking in this conference, it's very theoretical of how to make this happen. But I think how to make this happen is quite simple. Each one of us can't do enough to make it happen.
How you can describe the victory of Ukraine?
Sorry?
How you can describe Ukrainians' victory?
Ukraine's victory means that the territory that was before 2014 is restored and is back in Ukrainian hands. Now, I don't like it when people talk about Ukrainians maybe deciding what to give and what not to give. No, Ukrainians have decided. They have a territory, they have a country, it's called Ukraine. It had territorial integrity before 2014. Russia invaded that integrity. Until every Russian boot is out of that territory, Ukraine hasn't won, and Ukraine must win.
Thank you.
Так,
супер.
Шановні гості і учасники.
Dear guests and participants of the forum, please take your seats in the hall. We invite you. We're going to start in a few seconds. Please take your seats. So, once again, welcome to the forum. Please take your seats, and here we'll begin. We'll have an honorary address by Prime Minister of Australia in 2013-2015, Anthony Abbott. But before, I would like to say a few words about this gentleman. Tony Abbott was one of the most active world leaders who came out in support of Ukraine back in 2014. at the very beginning of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Mr. Abbott took a very strong stand after the downing of MH17 flight. Mr. Abbott has played and continues to play a very important role in the consolidation of international support for Ukraine. It is our pleasure to welcome Prime Minister Anthony Abbott in this hall. Please, the floor is yours, sir.
It took 24 hours on a plane, 6 hours in a car, and 12 hours on a train to get here. But I'd gladly do it again and again to salute the Ukrainian heroes who are on the front line of freedom. Now, for me, Putin's war on Ukraine has long been personal. At about 5:15 a.m. on July 18, 2014, I was in the gym preparing for a day intended to dwell on the repeal of the carbon tax late the previous evening, when the news started to come through that Malaysian Airlines flight MH17 had been shot down over eastern Ukraine and Australians were on board. From the beginning, it was clear that this was a crime, not an accident, an atrocity, not a tragedy. It soon transpired that there were 38 Australian victims of Putin's first invasion, murdered by a Russian missile battery that had crossed into Ukraine as part of his stooge attack on the eastern Donbass. I told our Parliament that morning, the bullying of small countries by big ones, the trampling of justice and decency in pursuit of national aggrandisement, and reckless indifference to human life should have no place in our world. And I have never ceased to thirst for justice for those Australians cast into eternity because the Russian dictator could not bear to see an independent Ukraine. And I have never ceased to want freedom and democracy for Ukraine, a country yearning to be rid of the bondage of Moscow. And as the pro-Russia militia looted the wreckage over several days, working back then with the Malaysians and especially with the Dutch, as Prime Minister, I demanded a military plan to secure the site. It might have been the prospect of 1,000 Australian soldiers on Russia's border that swayed Putin's proxies belatedly to allow police and investigators to retrieve the bodies, to collect the evidence that later allowed a Dutch court to convict the Russian officers responsible. And even though it wasn't necessary in the end, I will always be grateful to then President Petro Poroshenko and the Ukrainian Parliament for unanimously granting Australian military forces the right to operate in this country. And I'm pleased that for a year or so afterwards, Ukrainian military personnel were welcomed into our training programs for help in their fight for national freedom. A few months later, I had my shirt-front discussion with Putin, and that's Australian sports slang for a very rough tackle, when I told him that Russian missile batteries don't go abroad by accident and that he owed it to the families of the dead to apologise and to pay compensation. His reaction, that Ukrainian provocateurs had downed the plane, that the Ukrainians were all fascists, and that Ukraine had no right to exist, epitomised the Putin obsession to recreate Greater Russia. It even took a bizarre turn when he suddenly, quite literally, grabbed and shook me, saying in English, "You are not a native Australian, but I am a native Russian." which I took to be a weird way of insisting that a settler society citizen could never grasp the mystical connection of blood and soil that meant Kiev and Rus, at least in his tortured mind, must never be free of Mother Russia. 2 years later, visiting Kyiv as an ex-PM, President Poroshenko assured me that Ukraine was readying itself for Putin's next assault. So I wasn't entirely surprised when what was expected to be a Russian walkover in February last year dissolved into a shambles of tanks running out of fuel, soldiers losing their way, and the slaughter of innocent people, with a 40-mile-long column of Russian armour that was supposed to be a threat turning into a target for javelins and NLAWs. It shouldn't really have been a shock that the Ukrainians had higher morale, greater initiative and smarter tactics because they were defending their homes, while the Russians were just obeying their leader. Although leadership does matter, it was Volodymyr Zelensky's scornful rejection of President Biden's chopper ride to safety that meant Kyiv was no Kabul and marked the Ukrainian president as the Churchill of the 21st century. American and British arms deliveries certainly helped, even in those early days, and will be vital for the counterattack that we must all hope will drive Russian forces from every inch of Ukraine. But it's not other people's weapons that will win this war, but Ukrainians' love of country. I had a glimpse of this 41 years ago, thanks to one of my best friends at Oxford, an American whose parents had been taken as slave labourers to Germany before settling in Michigan. He persuaded me to accompany him on an in-tourist trip to the then Soviet Union. And while the retired British trade unionists were wishing each other happy socialist 65th birthday, Ihor was walking his ancestral streets, rhapsodising about being home, in between teaching me about the Holodomor, Stalin's man-made famine that killed up to 5 million people to break the spirit of Ukraine's independent farmers. Now, it's beyond me that supposedly sophisticated Western experts persisted in thinking that eastern Ukraine was somehow pro-Russian when it had voted nearly 90% for independence from the old Soviet Union, scarcely less than the rest of the country. Then there's this idea that Putin's war was somehow provoked by NATO, by NATO's expansion east to take in Romania, Poland, Hungary, the old Czechoslovakia and the Baltic states. But NATO never sought new members. It was the new members that sought NATO, because without collective security, they feared being picked off one by one, a fear abundantly justified by Putin's habitual resort to force against ex-Soviet states. And as for this view that the 2014 Maidan protest was somehow engineered by the CIA just because some US politicians were barracking for it, and that the CIA then maintained biological weapons factories inside Ukraine, well, that's a fiction, ranking with the protocols of the elders of Zion. It's actually Putin's line that a Russian-speaking Jew from eastern Ukraine is somehow a neo-Nazi just because he's not anyone's puppet. That is the brazen lift from Joseph Goebbels' propaganda playbook. Now, when Putin sought to reclaim what he saw as a rebel province of Mother Russia, he was asserting that might was right, that the strong may do what they will, and the weak should suffer what they must. Yet he's not the only dictator seeking to reclaim what's said to be a rebel province. And that's why this is not just a fight between Russia and Ukraine, but a fight between freedom and dictatorship. Dictators everywhere have a stake in Putin's success, and every free country a vested interest in Putin's failure. There's not the slightest doubt that Beijing is watching what happens here, weighing what it might do across the Taiwan Strait. In that sense, Ukrainians are fighting not just for their own freedom, but for the freedom of every smaller nation threatened by a larger neighbour. Ukraine is not the only country under existential threat, but it is the one most threatened now. That's why it is the global front line of freedom and why every free country should rally to its side. So good on Australia for swiftly offering 90 Bushmaster infantry transports as requested by President Zelensky in his Zoom address to the Australian Parliament last year, and then for agreeing to train in Britain hundreds of Ukrainian soldiers starting from December. But unfortunately, there's been nothing since then. No more Bushmasters, even though we still have about 1,000 in stock. None of the Hawkeye light armoured cars that the Ukrainians want to use as mobile missile launchers, even though we've 1,000 of them in stock too. It's even been suggested that the Hawkeye cannot be sent because of a fault with the brake system warning light. Hard to credit this excuse, isn't it? Dreamt up by some bureaucrat in uniform. Still, I know that the Australian government wants us to remain Ukraine's best friend in Asia, and I'm confident that Prime Minister Albanese won't go to the coming NATO Summit without a big new arms package to help keep Ukrainian soldiers alive as they seek to reclaim their homes. Likewise, I do expect that our ambassador will swiftly return to Kyiv from Warsaw, as it's so out of character for Australians to huddle in safety when there's work to be done. Now, what's happening here, what's happening just east of here, is a catastrophe of epic proportions, but one that could so easily befall many other nations if dictators come to think that war might work for them. It's not everyone's job to fight, but it is everyone's job to help, lest a new Iron Curtain descend in Eastern Europe and lest preparing for war become the world's new focus. One day, perhaps, the lion will lie down with the lamb and swords will be beaten into ploughshares. But until then, freedom and safety will thrive only because the strong stand guard. So it is an honour to be here in solidarity, if only for a few days, among the Ukrainian people whose bravery has astonished and inspired the world, and to pray that the good God, your friends' aid and your own strength, grants the victory that freedom needs. And once this war is done, the only way to preserve the peace is for Ukraine to have the security guarantee that only NATO membership can give. So, ladies and gentlemen, again, thank you. It is wonderful to be here. I can't think of a better place to be, and I hope every freedom-loving Democrat in the world is here with you in spirit.
Thank you, Prime Minister, sir. I think that addresses like this are extremely valuable because they help us realize how Westerners, Western countries come to understand the nature and the roots of the Russian fascism and understand how important it is for all of us to fight against it and to win over it. We are thankful to Mr. Abbott for covering this long way to see this war with his own eyes. This is indeed an existential war, and we are at a stage in history when the empires are fighting against free people, when even is fighting against good, when non-freedom is fighting against freedom. And all of those who come to Ukraine these days feel that whatever critical is going on in the world is going on in Ukraine, particularly in the east of Ukraine, at the battlefield, where the fate of the entire region is being sealed, and the future of the global order is being resolved. I would like to thank all of the panelists of those discussions that I had the honor to moderate, and I will now give the floor to my colleague, Miroslava Gangadze. She is the representative of the Voice of America. She is its Eastern Europe chief, and I wish you fruitful discussions.
Ukraine, from Miroslava to Miroslava to Miroslava, we make a wish, and maybe it will come true. I made the wish, Ukraine in NATO. How about you? We have a fantastic panel. We heard a lot about this war, about devastation, about inspiration. And at this panel, we would like to talk more about position of particularly United States at this time of this war. United States spearheaded coalition to support Ukraine. And now we would like to hear, and we would hear from fantastic experts, champions for Ukraine in Washington at this panel. So I welcome on this stage, first we have Ambassador John Herbst, Director of Eurasia Central Atlantic Council, United States, Ambassador to Ukraine. Ambassador Paula Dobryansky, welcome, Vice Chair of Crawford Center for Strategy and Security, United States Secretary of State for Global Affairs 2001-2009. General Wesley Clark, supposed to be on Zoom. I'm not sure he's there, but we will welcome him when oh, perfect, he's there. Hello, sir. Thank you for being with us. Fabrice Portier. Hello, Fabrice. He's the CEO at Rasmussen Global. Then we have Ambassador Steven Sestanovich, Professor at Columbia University, Ambassador at Large at the U.S. State Department, 1997-2001. We have another ambassador, Maria Ivanovich, United States Ambassador to Ukraine. We have Philip Zelikov, a professor at University of Virginia. Where do we have you? He's not here. He's what? Okay, his seat can maybe taken, and me. You're right. So I would like this panel to be active and engaging. No speeches, just answer the questions. Okay? So I think this would be a good path from one panel to another panel and start with the NATO membership. This is the big question for Ukraine. This is the main question for Ukraine today. And it's not really clear what is the United States state on that question. There are a lot of different messages. Yes, the door of the NATO open, we all support Ukraine membership in the future. The question is now, what do we have in the months from now? And what the NATO will be able to offer for Ukraine? And what is United States stand? We know United States supported Ukrainian membership a long time ago during Bush administration, actively supported. It didn't happen. What is the position now? I will probably start with Paula Dobryansky.
Okay, all right. On. Yes, it is. All right, well, good afternoon, everyone. Let me try to answer that, although let me be clear, I'm not part of the administration, but we did hear from the Undersecretary for Political Affairs, Toria Nuland, in the panel, and she was asked this very question, and her bottom line answer was that we are moving towards NATO, Ukraine's involvement in NATO, but the context is in the sphere of security guarantees and collaboration. And she itemized specific collaboration, of which is ongoing now, and the expectation would be that that would be increased. I want to make two other comments, if I may, and that is the panel that was held on this I thought was exceptional. I want to highlight two parts. One was Ivana, MP, Ukrainian MP, I think well reminded everyone in this room that Ukraine remembers the Budapest Memorandum and having given up its nuclear weapons in return for the commitment to its territorial integrity and sovereignty. And she reminded us that as one goes forward in this area, that security guarantees must be not just words, but there has to be action. And I think the message has been, as former Prime Minister Tony Abbott just ended his remarks with, the best security guarantee for Ukraine is membership in NATO. Finally, let me just say that I also want to highlight our colleague of the Atlantic Council delegation, General Doug Lute. I think he well articulated a very, if I could say, sensible segue to NATO enlargement and NATO, Ukraine's membership in NATO. He specifically mentioned that that there be established a U.S.-Ukraine Council, which enables Ukraine to convene a meeting with all NATO members. And he also went into the importance of other specifics that this would give it.
Thank you, Paula. Thank you.
And finally, I just want to give my own position. My own position is Ukraine should become a member of NATO.
We would like to hear you.
Now, Ukraine must be a member of NATO. Thank you.
I crisscrossed the country with my team in the last year. I have been to many military units, talked to many pilots, and they all say, we want to be a part of NATO. We already part of NATO. We feel that we are defending Europe from Russian aggression, as well as we defend Ukraine. Ambassador Herbst, tell us, what do you think should be, or how do you view U.S. position on NATO membership? And U.S. should push if they push the coalition, maybe they can push NATO membership.
Look, administration policy on all the issues, all the security issues relating to Moscow's war in Ukraine has been adequate but timid. They understand that a Russian victory in Ukraine would be a disaster, and therefore they have mobilized substantial military and economic support and diplomatic support to ensure that does not happen. That's the good news. The bad news, and this relates to NATO as well, they have been intimidated by the constant threats coming from the Kremlin about the possible use of weapons of mass destruction if they do A or B or C, with the A being, for example, sending HIMARS with a range of 85 kilometers, which it took them several months to digest before doing it, or sending Patriots, or sending now ATACMS. This has influenced, this pattern of thought has influenced its position on Ukraine joining NATO. I can tell you that the preparations in Washington for the Vilnius Summit are underwhelming. In other words, extremely modest, because they are unwilling to take a clear step forward to move from the Bucharest position, which is now 15 years old, concrete steps so that the prospect of Ukraine actually joining NATO are real. I believe that they are now doing a little bit more than they were planning to do a few weeks ago, because there's been some harumphing from other NATO allies and experts on this. But the harumphing is not loud enough to see a real change in the US position. And without a change in that position, the prospects coming out of Vilnius will be underwhelming. The best way to ensure that we have a better result in Vilnius is for Ukraine, working with Poland, the Baltic states, the Czech Republic, probably also, I think, maybe Denmark, maybe Norway, maybe the Netherlands, and of course, the essential presence we're looking for spine in Western Europe, the Brits, to come up with specific ideas. Ideas, by the way, that were outlined wonderfully by Sandy Vershbow and Ian Brzezinski in a paper we put out 4 or 5 weeks ago, starting with the ability to call consultations, use Article 4 of NATO if Moscow behaves in a nasty way. If that happens, if 5 or 6 or 8 allies push this as a group, just as we saw on tanks, just as we saw on F-16s, the administration will worry a little bit less about Russian nukes and a little bit more about being embarrassed by bolder allies.
Thank you very much. I probably would pass to Steve Sestanovich. What is your view on this topic, on this issue? And is it possible that Washington can move faster or change their current views on this issue?
I think in a matter of weeks, it's very unlikely that Washington will change its stance toward this question. Under the pressure of a deadline, governments do tend to focus and to produce better results than they expected. But I don't think it's going to be a result that will satisfy Ukrainians who hope for full membership or a clear path to membership. And what that will do, I think, is revive some anxieties that have existed in Ukraine about declining Western, especially American, support. I think the media have created a picture of administration hesitation, of growing Republican opposition to support for Ukraine, of some lukewarm attitudes on the part of the Democratic left, and some media commentators have played into this. You've probably seen clips of Tucker Carlson saying outrageous things about what a friend he is to Vladimir Putin. I think this has created a very misleading picture of what American attitudes are. And I think it's good for Ukrainians to understand both that you need to press harder for support at Vilnius, but also to understand that actually the underlying dynamics of American politics support you. And let me give you a few illustrations of this. You know, people have said, well, the president, and John Herbst has just said this, the president is too worried about World War III. Yes, but the president is also worried about Ukrainian disappointment, especially about defeat. If Ukraine is defeated, believe me, the loudest voices about blaming the Biden administration will come from Republicans who are now saying, you know, maybe we're not so interested in supporting Ukraine. They will be crucifying the president, and the administration knows this and is very determined to prevent it. And you see the result of this every time there's a decision about new weapons. What happens is you have a lot of hand-wringing, you have a lot of debate among allies, and then the administration does the right thing. Similarly, I would urge you to look more closely at who the Republicans are who are saying or ambivalent things about supporting Ukraine. That does not include the strongest chairman in the House and the Senate. All of the chairmen of the Foreign Relations, Armed Services, Intelligence Committees are strong, strong backers of Ukraine. Even Speaker McCarthy, who got a lot of attention for saying, you know, no blank check for Ukraine, what did he mean by that? He meant we're going to force the administration to show that they exercise oversight over aid. Big deal. Really, that is not going to amount to a significant diminution of aid to Ukraine. The outstanding example of a politician who has gambled on expressing doubts about support for Ukraine is Governor DeSantis of Florida, who said, well, you know, maybe this is just a territorial dispute. If you track Governor DeSantis's poll numbers, they started declining then. And that is really one of the first signs of his candidacy imploding. I think all in all, Ukraine has not lost support. There are poll numbers that show you that some Republicans now think there's too much aid, and fewer think that there's enough. But those numbers have not had an effect on the political leadership of either the Republican or Democratic parties. That is not going to change the result at Vilnius, but it is, as it has done over the past 15 months, going to guarantee continued strong support for Ukraine.
Thank you. This is the bigger topic. Thank you. I would like to hear your views on this particular issue, all of you, but a little bit later, because I really want to ask General Clark. General, is there any groups, active groups, that actually support and push the possibility of NATO membership to administration in the White House? And what is your stand on this issue? We couldn't hear. Wait, we couldn't hear you. Nope. Nope.
You're on.
I'm really sorry I'm not there in person with you. I tremendously admire the courage and strength of the people of Ukraine, government, and men and women in the armed forces. Look, I don't think the administration really understands the overall context and the way that Russia has to be dealt with. And this is affecting both the military assistance and the NATO issue. All wars should end eventually. The last war that didn't was when the United States went into Iraq and never got any agreement with the government. They never really formally surrendered. So this war is going to end up diplomatically somehow. To do that, the military, the Ukrainian military, has to convince Putin he's going to lose. And that means Crimea or the Northeast. And that means lots of U.S. assistance and NATO assistance. It also means that the stronger the NATO Vilnius Summit is, the greater the chance for a diplomatic settlement that preserves Ukraine's territorial integrity, gets reparations, brings back the people who've been abducted, and moves on to war crime. So the way you do this is you've got to give Ukraine the means for decisive war against the Russians. Not a fair fight, not just in time arrival of a few artillery pieces, not just we're going to prevent the Ukrainians from losing, but we're really afraid of Russian escalation. That's a losing strategy. That is the strategy that caused the United States to lose in the war I fought as a captain in Vietnam. The way this conflict has to end is the United States has to got a specific timeline for Ukraine's NATO membership, say 36 months, and work step by step toward that membership. And at the same time, the United States needs to provide to Ukraine all the means necessary. The F-16s as soon as possible, ATACMS, Switchblade 600 drones, all the rest of the technology. Mr. Putin has to see what he's facing, that the United States and NATO are not intimidated. The sort of balanced approach and thinking that maybe we'll keep NATO membership vague so that it can be a card in the negotiations. No. Put that card on the table right now. Say Ukraine is going to be a member in 36 months, no matter what happens. Let Mr. Putin deal with the consequences. This is going to be there's going to be some real hard fighting ahead, but I agree with what Stephen said. Look, the American people are behind you, and we're behind you, just as President Biden said, as long as it takes. We admire the courage, the innovation, the complete dedication of Ukraine to this fight, and we want all of Ukraine's territory restored. So, I know. Madam Moderator, you said no speeches.
Yes. Thank you very much. The question how long, as long it takes, I think needs clarifying. We already talked about it in the last panel, and this is a time when all in Brussels and in Washington, somebody actually changed that phrase and find other way to say this. However, I would like to ask our European colleague, what are yes, you're not? Are you okay? What is our European position on this issue, and which country do you think would be more supportive in swift action?
Well, thank you very much, and thank you very much for the invitation. It's the first time I've been asked to be the spokesman for Europe as a whole, so thank you for the
always
promotion.
First time somewhere.
It's an honor. Let me go straight to the point. I don't think you have many shades of gray across Europe, from, I would say, the UK and the Baltic and Central European countries who are on I think, the most forward-leaning on giving Ukraine a long-term position. in the Euro-Atlantic institutions. And then you've got the more continental shades of gray. And I would think some are very much aligned with where the US administration is, which I share with the previous speakers is not satisfying. And let me make just a few points here. We are more than a year since the beginning of this war of aggression. And there are two things that are very clear. One, strategic ambiguity obviously has failed. The strategic ambiguity that we have written black and white in 2008 in Bucharest has not delivered the soi-disant stability that we were, I guess some leaders were expecting from that ambiguity, first thing. Second, and this is maybe a bit harder on the donors and the Western supporters of Ukraine, incrementalism is not enough. However good and well-intentioned, and however we have broken a lot of our own taboos, starting with where Berlin is willing to go on certain weapon systems, where even the US administration has gone. I remember lobbying Washington back in the Obama years to try to convince the US administration to provide Javelin to the government here, and it was just a no-go. And I think we've crossed many thresholds. However, incrementalism is not enough. Why? Because Vladimir Putin has one last card with him, which is the long-term disorder. He can sit and kill as many Russian soldiers as needed and sit and create disorder, which obviously for us is a problem. For him is a strategic proposition and is the way he keeps the neighborhood under his boots. So what we need to respond to this strategic disorder is by creating an order. And there are two very simple ways to do that. NATO membership, or the path towards NATO membership, and whilst obviously this is not a path that is going to be short, to give a bridging solution called a Kyiv Security Compact, which I have contributed to put together, or any other name, but a set of security guarantees that are credible enough, that are open-ended enough, and they're scalable enough to actually allow Ukraine to defend itself by itself and to deter any future war of aggression. And I think we've never been closer to that. And it is, I don't fully share, even though I understand the frustration, but I do think we can still create this pressure and this moment towards Vilnius and in Vilnius for the leaders to make the right decision. The fact that the Germans and the Americans are unwilling to even have a discussion about Ukraine's membership to NATO, that should be name and shame. Because I think that we have a duty to at least look at where will Ukraine fit and when will it fit in our bigger system. So I do think there's a need for that discussion to happen between the leaders. And the moment they will have the discussion, I think they will realize that the picture is much clearer than they think. Just to finish, on NATO membership, again, there's always this counter-argument that we cannot provide or even signal NATO membership to a country that is at war against a nuclear power. And of course, this is not the usual linear type of membership. This is not Finland or Sweden. But on the other hand, we have been creative when we wanted to be creative. Look at Germany in 1955, where Adenauer had to put the goal of German unity aside and to focus on joining the alliance. Look at the US commitment to Japan, which is a treaty commitment to the defense of Japan, and yet does not cover the northern territories which are still occupied today by Russia. So I think we can be creative. What we need to give is the Ukrainians a long-term strategy that goes beyond the counteroffensive. We only have tactics and we don't have a longer-term strategy, and that's what we can create in Vilnius. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. You're proving that if there will, there's a way, right? So it's very clear. I want to give you a word, but
I just had 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Just to say that I think Fabrice is absolutely right. I do think, Steve, the time isn't that short. And I think that there is a path forward to bringing Ukraine into NATO. And this Vilnius summit can have a stronger, much stronger result. And one of the ways was articulated in bringing Ukraine into that U.S.-Ukraine Council, because that really formalizes its involvement in Ukraine, in NATO.
Thank you. Just quickly, I think let's not buy institutional makeup here. I think it would be a nice thing to have basically an upgrade of Ukraine's position at NATO from Commission to Council, because it makes Ukraine technically equal with the allies on doing business. That's one thing. But Council alone is not doing it. It has to be, I think there has to be more substance, and the substance has to be a set of commitments to Ukraine's long-term defense.
Agree. I agree with you.
Ukraine as well have to make some commitments on its front. Ukraine showed military resilience, the national resilience. Ukraine is fighting this war. However, Ukraine have a lot of internal issues that had to be resolved as well for the future of European future. I want to ask Masha, NATO always says NATO is not just a defense alliance, it's a democracy alliance, and it's an alliance of values. What, in your view, Ukraine should offer to NATO?
So, as you pointed out, NATO is an alliance. It's the most successful defense alliance in the history of the world. And why is that?
Because it was not tested enough.
No, I think it has been tested, actually, over the years, and certainly is being tested now. But I think it's because it's an alliance of values. Back in the day, we used to call it, sort of a marriage of civil societies. And what are those values that we have in common, NATO members? And I think that Ukraine also has in common. And helpfully, General Lute reminded us a couple of hours ago, it's the value of democracy, it's the value of personal liberties, and it's the value of rule of law. And what does that mean? It means democracy, it means good governance, it means a strong economy. The foundations, those are the foundations for strong security. And in turn, good security provides the wherewithal for good governance, the ability to have personal liberties and a strong economy. So I think, when I think about what provides for the well-being of societies around the world, of countries around the world, of governments around the world, it's based on a three-legged stool of security, good governance, and a strong economy. And you can't really have a stable country that is prosperous without all three legs of that stool. They reinforce each other. And so that, I think, is what we see in many NATO's countries, and I think that is what Ukraine is also looking towards.
Thank you. And we didn't hear yet from Mr. Zelkov, and I know that you are working hard on some of the issue with Russian assets and the possibility of Russia to pay for this war.
Sure. The security and economic issues are actually connected. This is now a war of attrition. It's a war of staying power. Russia knows it. The Russian economy has been damaged, but it's still in relatively good shape. Everyone here knows the situation of the Ukrainian economy and Ukrainian finances. As the war goes on, it becomes a test of staying power. So the answer has to be a vision of both how the war ends, but also of the post-war future, in which not that Ukraine stumbles out of it wounded and crippled and depressed. Ukraine has to come out of this war with a hopeful future, free, part of Europe, independent. And I think the key to that is going to be the way Ukraine reforms, financed, I think, to a large extent, by Russia. The ultimate justice is that Russia should have to pay for its aggression in a profound way. Russia made two strategic mistakes in the invasion. One, it was a whole family of military strategic mistakes in the invasion. All of you know the story. What you may not know is they made another strategic mistake. They left hundreds of billions of dollars and euro in law-abiding countries at the time they decided to become an outlaw. And now that money has been grabbed. And that money is going to go one way or another to help Ukraine recover and assure that bright future. So the question is how to do it. Right now we've frozen the money, but there are a lot of debates about how to proceed, mechanics of how to do it, all sorts of ideas. And frankly, for the last year, I began writing about this in April of 2021. For more than a year, we've been paralyzed by indecision because we can't figure out how to mobilize this money that the Russians mistakenly left in law-abiding countries. I think we're now beginning to solve that problem. Working with a lot of people here and in Kyiv, whom I've been happy to meet the last 2 days, we're beginning to figure out the way to move forward. The reason I was late stepping up to the panel is I was in a video conference, including with the person that the European Union has asked to work on this very question. Did all of you know that just yesterday the European Union announced that their countries had located all the Russian assets in their jurisdictions, and they announced the total? 215 billion euro that they have identified, located, and frozen. And what's in process, that's yesterday. And what's in process, and then there's a lot of dollars and other things that are not in EU countries. Now we have to figure out what to do with that money. The G7 decided that all those Russian assets will be immobilized until Russia compensates Ukraine and other victims for its aggression. Well, Russia doesn't seem to be stepping forward, volunteering to do that. And so now the question arises, what's next? This is one of the most important questions of our lifetime, because not only are you fighting the war to protect Europe's freedom, you will then have the opportunity to be the focal point for rebuilding and renewal that builds Ukraine back better than before. And with Ukraine renewed, it becomes the center of rippling effects of prosperity and investment across the entire region, and not only becomes part of the European Union, but even revitalizes the whole European project itself. That's the vision in which Ukraine can play a central part. Right now, you're playing the hero's role in fighting to keep the barbarians from Europe's gate. But the next stage of this will be the role that you will play in revitalizing Europe's peaceful and prosperous future.
Thank you very much. Very, very important point on the needs of strategy for rebuilding Ukraine. I know Ukraine is still in the war and probably will be in the war, and Russia would stay there as a threat. However, the plan has to be there. And just 2 days ago, one of the very prominent Ukrainian politicians grabbed me on the street, literally on the street, and said, does Washington have a plan? We need that strategy. We need that plan. Who's supposed to make that plan? Is there any way that Europeans and Americans are talking right now to build that strategy with Ukrainian input for that rebuilding process?
Well, actually, that's the Atlantic Council's job.
Okay.
And the Atlantic Council, with John Herbst leading the way, is helping to do that job. It sounds like I'm joking. I'm only partly joking. To be honest, everyone's been preoccupied with the war. You all know this. When leaders are having their conversations, they're overwhelmingly focused on the war. Then the next thing they talk about after they talk about the war is how to punish Russia with sanctions. And frankly, the sanctions menu, we're near the end of the sanctions menu. We're not at the end, But we're pretty far down that menu, and we're in a game now of marginal returns. The central strategic struggle, after you've worked on the war, you've worked on Russian sanctions, and you've gotten a lot of that done, and you're at the marginal returns point. The big, huge subject now is this next stage that you've just raised, and honestly, the work on that is only beginning. In Kyiv, in Washington, in Europe, a lot of the key design work, a lot of the analysis is not really even begun to take shape. We're at, in a way, this extraordinary moment in the history of Europe. Because if your country plays its central part and we all work together, we can come out of this war not just having defeated Russian aggression, but actually enabling a vision that is actually quite bright and promising for children and our grandchildren.
Thank you. You have
Very
a comment,
briefly,
right?
I don't think you can have a meaningful reconstruction strategy until you have a security strategy.
Absolutely.
So you can turn the problem in as many ways, have as many PowerPoint slides from Lugano, Berlin to London, great. And I think there's a lot of good idea out there. And even the risk insurance that MIGA put together is not meaningful enough for private investors to dare make that decision. And in the end, we all know that this is not going to be public money driven. This is going to be private sector driven, and it should be, because I think it makes also reconstruction more vibrant. But for a private investor to dare coming and investing in Ukraine, and we've been interacting with many of them, you do need to offer some modicum of security guarantees, a long-term commitment. And I think this is within grasp. It's just that we need to first have that security political strategy, and then we can kick in the reconstruction.
Stephen.
I want to raise two possible problems with Philip Zeliko's very brilliant scheme. One is, whenever you have a lot of money, a lot of people want to get their hands on it.
Yes.
And lots of governments are going to say, you know, we contributed a lot to Ukraine's victory. We should get some of that 215 billion
Compensate
euros.
us for what we did.
And the second problem is going to be whether Ukraine can convince Western governments that that money will be well used. And here I will give you an example from the Marshall Plan. The Marshall Plan was actually initially very skeptically received in Western countries, because they said, and in the United States in particular, they said, you know, the Europeans are just going to waste that money. It's going to be completely, you know, the kind of empty, wasted effort that we'd already seen since 1945. So what the United States Congress did, and the US government very shrewdly did, was say, we're putting the burden on the Europeans to convince us that they can use the money well. The analogy today will be, can Ukraine credibly convince Western governments that it can use this money? And that means that reconstruction has to depend on a credible program of reform that justifies the allocation of all of this money. Because otherwise, this is my first point, otherwise governments will say, you know, we'll take that for ourselves.
It looks like Ukraine is ready to walk hands in hands with European partners, and that's what Ukraine is doing. However, it's like commitment on... Oh, yes, absolutely. Yes, General, please.
We don't want to make the mistake of thinking that reconstruction has to wait for the end of the conflict. In fact, reconstruction needs to be ongoing right now, and it needs to start with the military-industrial complex.
Yes,
Right now, there's a worldwide struggle for, let's say, 155 millimeter artillery ammunition. The Russians have called all the people who have it and said, If you sell it to the Ukrainians, you're in trouble with us. And so there's a lot of fence-sitting countries out there. And it's not just that, it's drones, it's many other items of technology. So reconstruction needs to start right now. It needs to begin at Ukrbran. It needs to begin with the military-industrial base of Ukraine. It needs to begin with the things that are most urgently needed to be imported from Ukraine, spare parts, spare barrels for the 777 artillery tubes. Ukraine has plenty of industrial skill and participation. So let's not put reconstruction off to some fanciful time beyond the end of the rainbow here. Let's get it going right now, step by step, and then this sets the pattern for what can happen when the war ends. It starts now, though, with the military-industrial complex. And so we need NATO governments to back their industries. If Germany can produce ammunition for Gepards in Ukraine, let's do it. Let's do it right now. If the Germans can produce the 105 millimeter tank main gun ammunition for those Leopard A5s, let's get it going right now, as much as can be done inside Ukraine. I talk to Ukrainian businessmen and I talk to members in Ukraine who are working these issues. They say there's a terrible problem trying to get spare parts, that the allied businesses are not responsive. Good. Bring that production into Ukraine. This is the right way to get started. Ambassador Yovanovitch is talking about good governance. And, this is underlying everything that Stephen and Philip have said about reconstruction. You've got to have confidence that the money is not going to be corrupted. Good. Start right now. Prove it with the military-industrial complex.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ukraine do modernizing its military as it's fighting the war at the same time. And I talked to many companies, modern technology, producing drones and so on. So they are trying, but they do need support. Paula.
Just as it is so crucial that Ukraine win the war, and it will win this war, it is also that Ukraine win the peace, and that the transatlantic community win the peace and the global community win the peace. So to agree with General Clark, 100%, you have to keep moving forward. We want security put in place, but at the same time, we have to move forward with reconstruction. The term that actually is better used is rebuilding. And towards that end, let me say in answer to your question, it already has begun. And that's the good news to be shared here. I will commend the administration on this. There was a major conference that was just held in Washington, D.C. At the Chamber of Commerce, which did bring in international financial institutions. It brought in Ukrainian officials. Significantly, it brought in and addressed the corporate world. It brought in administration officials. It was really significant in this sense. In terms of discussing what are the most efficient and effective ways forward. That discussion is crucial to begin now because it takes time. It takes time to put programs in place. Ukraine does have a national recovery plan that it articulated. And let me just say this. I know that the Ukrainian officials spoke about three things. One, the need for reforms. By the way, they mentioned that, how that's crucial. Two, how housing is absolutely number one on the list because of bringing Ukrainians back in. And then thirdly, another area that certainly was highlighted was, of course, infrastructure and also is related to energy. But I just want to say to you, yes, it has begun, and I think that's a silver lining here.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we don't have a representative from Ukrainian government here that we can discuss this issue further. However, John, I know you have your views on this.
Well, actually, I don't have much to add to this. The points made by Wes and Paula, these things need to happen simultaneously. But Fabrice is right that unless we have not just the winning on the battlefield, but a security structure for the future, money's not going to come into Ukraine. But these things need to be worked simultaneously.
Steve already raised the question of American politics. There are big discussion about debt ceiling in United States. There are election coming up and budget discussion coming up. I would like to ask my American colleagues, so how do you think the election and American politicking will affect, or would it affect future, not maybe this year, maybe in the next year, next season, and next presidential season?
Well, frankly, all of you can do these American political speculations about almost as well as we can, because you're probably reading our newspapers and our commentary, and you know a lot of the arguments. I'll just call out a couple of things. One, the current level of budget support for the Ukraine budget is not sustainable indefinitely. Whatever outcome of this debt ceiling crisis will be, I think it's going to limit the scope for certain kinds of supplemental appropriations. And so the current situation, which is extreme, just is maybe can be continued successfully through the end of this calendar year at best, not much past that. I think that's a fairly safe estimate, and that's an important estimate. The second thing that I would call out is, rather than speculate on whether Trump gets elected or what Republicans will think about, frankly, you and we can answer these questions with facts on the ground. The way Ukraine handles itself in the coming months will go a long way towards answering this question. You'll just present people with realities and a face and an image that will create its own reality and will change our political reality. There are things your partners can do to help with that. So rather than thinking of yourself as passive and then wondering what one or another president will do to you, you need to think of yourselves as actually the actors that can drive this political situation with your own behavior.
Thank you. Thank you very much. John.
First, I believe that our support for Ukraine will be roughly stable. And Philip has a point that it may not be possible to sustain the amount of budget support, but I am not as certain as he is that we must reduce it. If the administration were to properly define American interests in this conflict, that we are facing an aggressive revisionist power in the Kremlin whose ambitions do not end at Ukraine's western border. And therefore, we may have a longish-term problem that requires substantial American outlays. In other words, we need to contain this threat. Then the $55 billion a year we are providing in economic and military support, which constitute about 6% of the American defense budget, is a reasonable sum, because experts project that Ukraine's military has destroyed up to 50% of Moscow's conventional military capability. So that's the first point. The second point, and this supports Philip's own initiative on the Russian assets. In fact, if we do get those assets sent to Ukraine, the need for American and West European budget support for Ukraine goes down. This is an incentive. 3, Steve Sestanovich is right that the Biden administration understands that a Russian victory in Ukraine would be a disaster for the United States. And while they have been insufficiently stout in taking measures day by day, they understand that they cannot reduce support to a point that a Russian victory becomes possible. 4, Steve's also right that the quasi-isolationist wing of the Republican Party is weaker today than it was 7 months ago, 8 months ago, before our midterm elections. And the behavior of Republicans, senior Republicans, not just in Congress, but across the country, when Governor DeSantis began to head in Trump territory, And DeSantis' own reversal demonstrates that that position is not a winning one for Republicans. Bottom line, Ukraine can help enhance its own prospects with a decisive victory in its counteroffensive. But even with only a modest victory, which I think is the minimum we can expect, you'll see American support grow.
Paula, I do have a follow-up question about modest victory, but that's probably for another panel. But Paula.
To add to what's been said, I don't want to repeat what they've said, but to add to what's been said, I'd first underscore the importance of now and going into the elections of having a current incumbent in the White House and then in these elections. It's crucial that it's articulated what is the situation on the ground in Ukraine and actually explaining our engagement, why it's crucial, not just in the short term, but the longer term. In other words, I don't think there's been enough of that narrative publicly, so the American public is rallied. Having said that, let me go to the second. Interestingly enough, even though that hasn't been happening, you know what's significant here? The American public itself, because of watching images on television, the horror of what's happening here, they have indeed been rallied. To me, I'm always heartened by traveling across the United States and seeing Ukrainian flags and posters. And these aren't by members of the diaspora. These are by individuals who are in protest. You know, they're in solidarity with you and want to see victory. And I come to the last. You didn't quite ask this, but, you know, a question, will this issue really impact our presidential campaign? And the answer to that is, I have to say that when push comes to shove, in the United States, when there's an election, and we always poll what are Americans looking at, I don't think it's going to surprise you. The number one issue is the economy. National security is on the list. And if this case is made, then it could be a bigger issue. Foreign policy is never on the list, or it's way down like at 10 or 13. So again, I think a narrative here, narratives and spotlighting the issue will matter to its being part of the election and also a sustainment here in terms of support. That foundation is already strong in the United States.
Thank you. I think it's worth to mention that issue of Ukraine and Ukraine victory become a part of American political campaigns as well, even local political campaigns. Would you agree, Steve?
Look, I think the most important thing about American politics when one is asking how presidential candidates handle foreign policy is they want to be associated with success. And that means that the Biden administration, the closer it gets to the election, the more it is going to want to be able to say, this was something where there was a big challenge and we met it. And that is probably going to unite foreign policy and domestic issues. The worst thing for the Biden administration, and this is going to be true at local levels also, is to be associated with failure. And so I think the test for the Biden administration and even the president's reelection may depend on whether he can point to a big success here.
America invested in this victory, so it should be a success. Mari, okay, European position.
No,
sorry.
I think this is a very important question that I will hope President Biden asks himself, at least on a daily basis. What can he present as success? And I think he faces a bit of a dilemma here. He can present what the US administration done so far as successful, unprecedented. keeping the unity of the Western camp together, weapon supplies that I think have no equivalent in recent history and so on. But is that real, I think, success, or should he go more into making history? And because the risk he's taking here is that this could be all undone by next year. And I know that in the US administration, there's this fear of a JCPOA. That's kind of what the Obama administration did on Iran after, lots of political capital invested. They got a deal, they got it through the Senate, and then as soon as you have the change of administration and Congress, this was taken down. And they have this fear. However, I think President Biden needs to go further, and instead of staying on the incremental approach, to really take a big leap forward. And this is where I think the NATO, getting Ukraine closer to the NATO membership threshold and putting together a framework of credible security guarantees is a way for him not just to do success, but to make history.
And
May I?
We have Marty Ivanovich, who didn't speak on this point. We would have to kind of wrap up, and you would be the last on this point, and I would ask 1 minute from each in the end, please.
Okay, just to follow up.
Okay. So
Please, I'm sorry. You should have been here.
I know.
What is going on?
Wasn't possible, but may I just make one point here, very important. The American people need to hear from the Ukrainian people. We need delegations from the Ukraine, veterans of the fight, families who've been displaced, to come to the United States, meet our American people, come through the heartland, meet the voters before this election, explain what the hardship is. Americans don't want to rely on Twitter, on Fox News or whatever, if they can meet the real people who are standing up for freedom and democracy and paying the price for it. So please think about bringing Ukrainians to the United States. Let us meet you personally. Let us host you. Let us celebrate your courage and determination. Thank you.
Thank you.
So just to follow up on what Fabrice said, this is an historic moment. It's an historic moment for Ukraine. It's an historic moment for the Biden administration in the United States. It's an historic moment for the world. And I think we are going to be judged in 10 years, 50 years, 100 years on how we are reacting to the challenges we see today and the solutions that we put forward. And I would say that we all know that Putin is a bully, that Russia has done terrible, heinous crimes here in this country. And we in the West are a little bit afraid that if we act too strongly, it's going to get worse. When the exact opposite is true. When we are strongest, when we send the clearest message, that is when the bully backs down. And, in many ways, I'm glad that the Biden administration is very careful about what it's doing. These are important decisions. You don't want somebody just, to pick an analogy, shoot from the hip. Nevertheless, we cannot be deterred by, the really scary actions of what Russia is doing. And so when we look at all of this, I think we need to think about what this means for Ukraine and how we can provide enough Ukraine for Ukraine to win. And, we've been talking about these slogans, we'll be in it for as long as it takes, with as much as it takes, as quickly as possible for victory. And for victory part is almost the most important part of that long slogan. But I also think that we need to think about the greater part of this, because as John said, Putin is not going to be done with Ukraine if he were victorious here. He's going to keep on going, and that leads to, the wonky phrase of the international order. It's not perfect, but NATO, the institutions that were created after World War II, they have kept the world safer, more prosperous, and more free for much longer than at any other time in human history. We can't allow Putin to set the new rules. We need to be brave. We need to be as brave as Ukrainians are.
So fantastic segue to this question, how long as it takes? 1 minute each, please. How long, does it mean, how long it takes, and how Ukrainian victory looks for you? Start with John.
Okay. How long as it takes actually defines the administration's policy very well. It comes back to the point I made earlier, that they do not want and will work to make sure Ukraine does not lose this war. But sadly, it also reflects an unwillingness to state clearly that the best way to ensure that Ukraine does not lose this war is to do everything possible to make sure Ukraine wins this war, which the administration is reluctant to do. So this captures precisely what the administration is doing. I've already said I don't think that Washington, at the end of the day, will so reduce its support that Putin can win. But if our policy continues at roughly this level, which means it becomes stronger incrementally, slowly, conceivably this war could go on for 2 or 3 or more years. It's also possible that even within this straitjacket, literally tomorrow or the day after, the Russian army in Ukraine could collapse. We are seeing infighting at senior levels in Moscow. We are seeing the unwillingness of Russian soldiers to fight in an intelligent and an effective fashion. And we see not just suffering that Russian forces have imposed on Ukrainian civilians and Ukrainian soldiers, but the suffering that Russian leadership has imposed on Russian soldiers. And so those who look at that famous scene from the movie Dr. Zhivago, where the Russian troops shot their officer who was trying to rally them to go to the front, are not being unrealistic when they say this is a possibility. So bottom line, as long as Western support continues, you will win. That may take years, but it's also possible that either without increased support, and certainly with increased support, that victory could come much sooner.
Thank you.
How long it should take? My view is it should take as long as there's a Ukrainian victory, full stop. And in order to achieve that victory, there has to be clarity of mission and purpose, and also provided the military equipment, not slow-rolled, that's the term that's often used in the United States, not slow-rolled, but equipment that is what Ukraine needs in order to win. And that's how long it should last, when there's victory.
Thank you.
I don't know when the war will end. I don't know. I can imagine a peace deal. I can imagine nothing but a ceasefire. I can imagine a simmering war that goes on for years. So the goal then is Ukraine is independent, and Ukraine and its partners independently decides Ukraine's future in all of those scenarios.
So I agree with what everybody else has said, and I'll just add one other thing. I think it's important that Russia be defeated, that Russia understands that this is not the way countries behave towards each other in this century. And I think that's going to be really important in terms of issues like justice for Ukrainians, justice for Ukraine. And I think we need to think hard about what that looks like, especially in the context of what will likely be some sort of a diplomatic solution in the end.
I think it's important to remember that Ukraine is a military front line, our eastern flank. Exactly. It's also a political one where values are keeping people going and beliefs, which is a strong reminder for us Western societies who have gotten, I think, lazy with our value sets. It's also an innovation frontline. I've spent the afternoon in a drone factory, and I think the rustic type of innovation is something that is going to be very useful to actually help the Europeans get their defense and deterrence posture right, because we would need a lot of Ukrainian drones to be sure we have the right inventory. So that's my second point. We need each other. This is not charity work. This is a mutual need. We need to help Ukraine, and Ukraine is going to help us stay true to our values and to our interests. And finally, you don't do defense and deterrence with 3-month cycle. You do that with open-ended commitment that can be obviously adjusted, but open-ended commitment. So we need to solve that paradox of our approach to Ukraine, which is every 3 months we are going to scratch our head and twist arms to try to get the new bunch of weapons. And I think we need to end that because this is what keeps Putin going after it. And so I think there is really a moment, a strategic moment, where we can solve the Ukraine question for Ukraine's interest and for our own interest, which will allow actually the United States not to be bogged down, as it always fears, in Europe, but to be able to focus on the longer and I would say more strategic challenge that is China. But for that, you need to help Ukraine solve its future. And it's the same for the Europeans. If Macron really wants to do strategic autonomy, he needs to bring Ukraine in so that basically Europe doesn't need the US to do the heavy lifting all the time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, since I have the last word.
No, you don't. No.
No,
Mr.
no. Oh, great.
General is here.
Great. So
yes.
I don't have to.
We give the military the last word.
I don't have to be inspirational because Wes will be. So here's my downer note in all of this. The conventional wisdom now is that there's special strength in democracy, but actually not so many years ago, we used to think democracies were bad at foreign policy. And it's for a reason. You know, there's a kind of messiness to pluralism. The myth of bipartisanship in foreign policy in the United States is a myth. Sorry, our foreign policy has always been extremely divisive, controversial. We fight with each other about it, and we're going to fight about it again. And not only that, you are going to, because pluralism is going to be messy here as well. So the real challenge for us is in some ways to overcome some of the internal defects of our political process, to overcome the divisions that are an inevitable part of democracy. The real challenge for us is to try to fashion a result that's as good as we want to be, but that is not always so easily reached.
However, how is the victory looked for you? Ukrainian victory looks for you?
I'm with Philip. I can describe a good outcome for you. You know, diplomats are said to be able to argue it round or flat. And so I'm not going to go there. I'm going to say we have to meet the challenge of being as good as we think we are.
That's why we give the last word to military. General Clark, please. Oops, you off again.
Start to speak. You've heard a lot of wisdom from the people on this panel. I would just say from the military aspect, it's very clear how to end this conflict. The United States and NATO must establish escalation dominance over Mr. Putin. That is to say, he must be assured that he's not going to win militarily. And that means Ukraine has to stand firm, and the United States has to accelerate the provision of weaponry. It has to hold the allies together. Europeans have to be patient on this. Ukraine has to rebuild its military-industrial complex and do it in the midst of conflict. And all that coming together, that is escalation dominance. The United States can't be afraid to stand up to a bully. Ukraine's doing it. You've heard all the advice from this panel, and it's solid advice. So let's pull together. This is about the future of the world right here. It's being resolved in this 600-mile front in Ukraine.
Thank you. On this word, we are finishing up this conference, and thank you so much. See you all tomorrow. It would be more fun. Even more fun.
This is the best panel.